Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the May 18th, 2016 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel meeting is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Arkansas Department of Education and ask that you please silence all electronic devices. The Charter Authorizing Panel oversees the authorization, renewal, revision, and revocation of charters. The Quality Charter Schools Act of 2013 requires the Commissioner to appoint an ADE staff to the panel, and that panel sits before you today. As Chair, my goal is to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. I will request that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record. I will ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, for the benefit of the audience and the viewing audience. We are being live streamed today. The meeting is being recorded and will be posted on the Arkansas Department of Education website. In addition, a transcript of the meeting will be posted on the website as well. The first item on our agenda is a chair's report. I have no report. Is there any member of the panel that has a report this morning? If not, we'll move straight to the consent agenda. You have the minutes of the April 20th, 2016 minutes to review, and I have identified a spelling error that I've asked Ms. McLaughlin to address. Are there any other issues on those minutes before we consider approval?
Is that the one on page 2,
It is.
referencing Dr. Gocher?
It is.
I would appreciate that being corrected.
And I
It will
second
be.
that.
All right. Then I'll accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Ms. Barnes and seconded by Dr. Saunders. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is passed. We will move into action item 1, request for open enrollment charter school amendments, Arkansas Connections Academy. Ms. McLaughlin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On January 14, 2016, the State Board of Education approved the open enrollment charter application for Arkansas Connections Academy. The school is approved to serve students in grades K through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 3,000. Representatives of the Arkansas Connections Academy are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request amendments to the current charter. Would you like to be reminded of the procedures?
We would.
Okay, Jennifer Davis will come at this time.
Ms. Davis, you're
Hi,
recognized.
good morning, staff. Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. The procedures you're going to follow today for the amendments will be that all persons wishing to provide testimony outside of the attorneys will need to be sworn in. The charter school will have 20 minutes to present its case for why its amendment. Any parties opposed will have a collective 20 minutes to voice their opposition, with any time can be extended by the chair. Afterwards, the charter school will have up to 5 minutes to respond to any questions. At that point in time, you may ask any questions of anybody who has provided testimony or anyone else you feel you need to hear from. And then you may take it under advisement. You can vote today, if so, that you do have a Google Doc that you can log your reasons for your vote, or you can take the matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Before we begin, Senator Jim Hendren is joining us today. If you'd like to share a few words with the panel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate you letting me go. I've got to get over next to a meeting, but you know, I've been working in education for a while. I spent 15 years on a public school board. I spent 2 years in the House Education and now 4 years on the Senate Education Committee. But most important, I've had 4 kids graduate from Gravette High School in Gravette, Arkansas. So I care about education. I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing to try to provide quality education for the kids of Arkansas. And I guess I came here not with a specific agenda other than the fact that I've had some more exposure to charter schools. I spoke in the one of the ones that's on the agenda today a few weeks ago and got exposed to the work that they're doing. And I came because I'm concerned about the rhetoric and the stuff that I see going on out in the media with regard to politicizing this event. And my challenge for you all today is, because we just went through a similar challenge in Arkansas in the legislature across the road here with regard to another huge program. where there was a tendency to politicize and take positions based on grandiose principles at the expense of maybe 270,000 people in the issue we were dealing with. And I know as important as that issue is, I think the issue that you all faces with the decisions that you make regarding charter schools is just as important. I would encourage you not to be dragged into the political debate, but to rather make decisions today based on what's best for these kids in these charter schools and in these communities. If it is best for these amendments to be approved, then they need to be approved without being dragged into the philosophical debate about whether or not we have too many charters, not enough charters, or whatever. So again, as somebody who cares deeply about quality education and access to quality education for all kids from all backgrounds, I would encourage you to set that stuff aside and make decisions today based on, and I know that you tried to do that and you will do that, but I just felt it was important because I know I saw the tendency of my colleagues to get dragged into a bigger political debate, sometimes at the expense of practical decisions. So I would ask you today to put that stuff aside, look at the issues as they're presented to you with regard to these charter schools, and do what's best for the kids of Arkansas. And that's all I had to say, and I appreciate you letting me get up and say it first. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you for those kind words. Representative Dotson?
Good morning. Basically, just want to echo Senator Hendren's remarks. That's basically the reason I came this morning, was to just encourage you to continue to consider each of these requests before you, as is your role, on their own merits, and not let outside influences, politics, and various things influence into decisions, but the merits of actual applications in individual schools. So appreciate it. Thank you for the hard work you do. I know it can be tiring and sometimes even thankless, but thank you. Appreciate it, and have a good day.
Thank you so much. All right. A1, Ms. Davis has given us our procedures, so I'll ask that anyone representing Arkansas Connections Academy and anyone that will speak in opposition to Arkansas Connections Academy, if you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. All right. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we have School Leader Edwin Strickland is here to present the panel with the amendment request for Arkansas Connections Academy.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Edwin Strickland, and I am the newly hired school leader for Arkansas Connections Academy. And so I appreciate the opportunity to come this morning to have the opportunity to consider this amendment. One of the reasons that we are asking for this amendment to take place is I had a chance yesterday, or on Monday, to walk through the new facility that we're requesting to be in. It's a wonderful facility that has a substantial amount of room to allow all of our teachers to be in the same place. We've prepared a presentation. I have with me today Mr. Bryce Adams, who is our state relations coordinator, and I'm going to let him walk us through that presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards.
Thank you.
Good morning, Bryce Adams, State Relations for Connections Education. I've got a very short presentation just outlining the old facility and what we hope will become the new facility. The preferred site still in Bentonville School District, just 2 exits up the road. It's in an office park in northeast Bentonville as opposed to the downtown area. So we find that the board can get a much better price, more square footage, and ensure that all the teachers will be able to work together in the same location, which has always been the preference of the board. So here's how the numbers stack up. The current location is on the left. This is the site that we were approved for. As you can see, it's very small, not even 300 square feet, just 2 offices, It would just be Edwin and an administrative assistant. I think he'd probably get a little bit lonely, so we want to make sure that he's got all the teachers in one place. So this new location that we're hoping for, did a walkthrough on Monday. It's much larger, comes with many offices. We could get most, if not all, of the teachers in. It would be a good place that for the school to grow into. And you can see that the real distinction is on the cost per square foot, because it is in an office space instead of downtown. Much better bang for your buck. All of the projections come in well within the approved budget that we had submitted, so we think that it's a very conservative and good financial decision that we've presented to the board, and the board's very excited about. Finally, this is the layout that the board would hope to implement. Some of the biggest pieces that we really like are the collaboration areas for the teachers. That way they can all work together, talk about the students, and make sure that they're serving the students in the best way possible, as well as secure file storage, especially for those special ed files that do need that extra protection. So that's really it, unless there are any questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Okay, thank you. Mr. Strickland, any final words?
No, just that the idea of having all the teachers together that first year really, I believe will really get us started off on a really strong foundation. The collaboration space, having a chance to have our teachers participate in PLC all together in one space would just give us that really good boost we're going to be needing as we study the various data points that are going to come in. It's going to help us improve our instruction. And so having all of us in one place as opposed to having all the teachers somewhere else and just me and an admin assistant in the building really does appeal to us, and I believe it's going to help us in the long run.
Is this a location that students would be available to come to if they needed to have face-to-face?
Absolutely. One of the other issues is with the smaller space, we would literally only be able to get a few students in at a time, but this would allow for tutoring. And also, if parents want to come by and have meetings with teachers, they'd be able to do that in this new location.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll open up to questions from the panel. Dr. Saunders, you're recognized.
Yes, the only question I had concerned within the budget, and it was on the page 9 of 11 on the budget page, and it was dealing with maintenance and operation, and it involved the budgeting of, over the course of 2 years, $300,000 for maintenance and operation on the facility. Could you fill me in on what that would include?
Yeah, so that was my mistake, not the board's. I accidentally highlighted the wrong piece. The piece that I should have highlighted was the equipment fee. That's what's going to go into furniture and building out the space.
But what would the $300,000 include?
I can pull that up real quick.
If you wouldn't
yeah.
mind, yeah.
That was a question that was also asked during the technical assistance piece. So we submitted a chart that had all of those costs broken down into different pieces, and so I'm going to pull that up. That we did not submit during this piece. This was months ago, but I'll get that real quick. Glad I brought my laptop. Okay, you're asking about the M&O?
Yes.
Okay, so there are a few pieces to that. There is systems administration, which is site configuration for all the Microsoft services, administration of email, Microsoft Exchange, Microsoft Link, which is the IM instant message system for all the teachers to speak with each other. Scanner and copier installation, there's going to be a separate copy room. Telecommunications support, so Connections will support all of the technical aspects of the school. There's that MIS area in the map that's going to be the server room. Connections is going to handle all of that for the school. Networking and internet connectivity. We've got the off-site in New Jersey that's the server space that is monitored 24/7, 365. Got people on site always for that. Covers the MIS help desk, and that's both for the teachers, the administration, and the students. So that's any sort of your computer breaks, you call in, and we've got the helpline there. They are available pretty well throughout the day, especially in the central time zone. Facility support services, that's going to include construction. So some of the internal walls are going to have to come down. We're going to pay for all of that. During the occupancy, it's going to be managing the building itself, and then it includes any sort of shutdown, should that ever be necessary, or moving facilities. That's something that Connections covers as well. Looks like insurance, and then purchasing support, because we are the purchasing agent for the school. So a lot more detail on each of those points if you want them, but that's the bulk of it.
Okay, that, I can understand that. Why would it basically double between the 2 years?
It's because the number of students we're anticipating, well, hoping for, the enrollment cap doubles between years 1 and 2. So should it be necessary to serve more students, that's why the cost goes up.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions from panel members? Dr. Gocher?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Curious if this location change, will it affect existing students' ability to continue their enrollment? Will it be a transportation issue? I'm concerned that, not concerned, but just curious if that will impact a child's ability to remain enrolled because of the...
No, not at all. So the good news is that since we're virtual, the boundaries are the
Yes.
boundaries of the state.
Of course.
Anybody can enroll, and it'll be the exact same student body as before.
Yeah.
And enrollment's going well.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Davis, are there any remaining issues regarding the request? And I have no one to speak in public comment. All right, and I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment.
Second.
Dr. Saunders has made a motion to approve. Dr. Gocher has seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? If you'll take just a moment to write down your reason for your vote. Ms. Barnes?
Yes, ma'am, I voted in favor of the amendment. I have no concerns regarding adverse impacts with the requested amendment. The new facility will serve the purposes of the already approved charter.
Dr. Gocher?
I also approved or voted for the amendment. This change does not affect students directly, but increases their opportunity to provide quality service to students.
Mr. Lester?
Voted for the amendment. The new facility will provide additional space at a lower cost. I have no concerns.
Ms. Lewo?
I voted for. The new facility has additional space at a lower cost. Teachers will be able to work together in the same location, and the new location will allow for more students to visit the facility and obtain learning services such as tutoring.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted for the motion. The facility will provide a better space for teachers to work collaboratively and to receive support from administration, which will be critical in meeting student needs statewide.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the amendment. I don't have any concerns with the change of location of the virtual school, and it allows for all the teachers to be in the same location.
Dr. Saunders?
I had no concerns with the change of facility location with the understanding it is a virtual school.
Congratulations, and we look forward to a beautiful location.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move to action item 2. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Action item 2 is a request for open enrollment charter school amendments from Haas Hall Academy, both the Fayetteville and Bentonville charters. On January 12, 2004, the State Board of Education approved the open enrollment charter application for Haas Hall Academy, Fayetteville. The State Board approved a 5-year renewal of the charter in June of 2007 and a 10-year renewal in April of 2012. The school is approved to serve students in grades 7 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 400. On October 15, 2014, the Charter Authorizing Panel approved the open enrollment charter application for Haas Hall Academy, Bentonville. The school is approved to serve students in grades 7 through 12 with a max enrollment of 500. Representatives of Haas Hall are appearing before the panel to request amendments to their current charters. Would you like to be reminded of the procedures?
Yes, we've had several new people walk into the room, so if we could do that, Ms. Davis.
Excuse me. The procedures you're going to follow today will be that all persons wishing to provide testimony outside of the attorneys will need to be sworn in. The charter school will have 20 minutes to present its case to you for its amendment. After that, persons opposed will also have 20 minutes collectively to state their opposition. Any time limits can be extended by the chair. After opposition, the charter school will have 5 minutes to respond. You can then ask any questions of either those opposed, of the charter school, or anyone else that you may have questions of. You can then take the matter under advisement. If you vote today, you have a Google Doc that you can log your reasons for your vote in it. And after that, if you want to take it under advisement and vote at a later time, you could do it at the next meeting.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that all representatives from Haas Hall, Fayetteville, and Bentonville charters stand. And anyone speaking in opposition, please stand. And anyone that signed up for public comment for action item 2, please stand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From Haas Hall, we have Superintendent Dr. Martin Sharpmeyer Jr. to begin their amendment request presentation.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you'll state your name for the record and your title.
My name is Martin Schaupmeyer. I'm Martin Schaupmeyer, founder and superintendent of Haas Hall Academy. We are a comprehensive, accelerated college preparatory institution serving scholars grades 7 through 12. Our mission is to provide an aggressive alternative to the traditional learning environment, and our vision is every scholar, every day, college bound. We're ranked the #1 high school in Arkansas for the past 5 years by U.S. News and World Report. the #1 school in Arkansas by Niche Best Schools and Business Insider. We're the number 19 ranked public high school in the United States by Newsweek. We're the only gold medal public high school in Arkansas for 3 consecutive years. We're ranked as one of America's most challenging schools for the 4th consecutive year. We earned a letter grade of A with a perfect score of 300 out of 300 for 2 consecutive years, and we're the only school in Washington and Benton counties to earn an A. And we're also, our school newspaper received the state's top award for the 4th consecutive year, and they were recently inducted to the Arkansas Scholastic Press Association's Hall of Fame. Here's a quick snapshot of where our scholars have been accepted to college over the last 2 years. We have a campus in Fayetteville. We have a campus in Bentonville, and we'd like to have a campus at the Jones Center for Families in Springdale. Diversity at Hawsall Academy. 22% of our scholars identify as non-white in our Fayetteville campus, and 30% of our scholars identify as non-white in our Bentonville campus. The Jones Center is an incredible facility, and it's was currently used by the Springdale School of Innovation, so it's already been a school ready to move in. It's going to fit our needs quite well. It has an ice rink, it has a pool, a basketball court, indoor track, conference center, and chapel. There's 200,000 square feet of office space for nonprofit organizations as well. We want to provide wraparound services for people who attend or come to the Jones Center for various and sundry things. If you come for medical checkups, or you come for tax insurance, or you come for ESL programs, we'd certainly like for you to consider Hawsall Academy as a school for your scholar to attend. We've been asked to come to the Jones Center for Families. It wasn't something that I just came up with one day. Many parents, many community leaders have asked us to move into that space. We have a comprehensive plan to encourage low-income families to participate in our lottery system so that they can apply, enroll, graduate, and be college-bound. We have a partnership with the Cisneros Center for New Americans that contemplates enrichment for projects such as we founded the NWA School Choice Fair, and we hope to offer a GED program for the parents of our scholars who may have not graduated from high school. The reason that we feel we are able to have a license is because we've never been subject to disciplinary action, never been classified as academic or fiscal distress. We have never had our charter placed on probation or suspended or revoked under Arkansas Code. I'm going to introduce to you now Heather Holloway.
Hi, I'm Heather Holloway. I'm the Executive Director of Marketing for Hawsall, and I have recently administrated the lottery process, and I'd like to tell you guys a little bit about that. Is this for me? Okay. Our admissions lottery was held on March 30th this year. Our process was different this year, and there's a number of steps that we went through in order to make sure that we are meeting the needs of the state, as well as also offering the best way for parents to apply to our school, the easiest opportunity to appeal to the most amount of people. Our application process is online. Once the application is submitted, they then get an email. There's a unique number assigned to every single application, and what that does is ensure the privacy of our applicants. So when we have our lottery drawing, they do not announce the names during the drawing. We just use a unique number. Now that's available online at all times or at any of our campuses. We have a shadowing process, which allows a prospective scholar to come into the school and attend class for one day with a current scholar. We encourage it, and our biggest reason is it really provides a lot of interaction with the current scholars as well as the teachers. About 41% of prospective scholars during this lottery cycle shadowed at the Fayetteville campus and 45% at the Bentonville campus. It's something that we really enjoy having those scholars on campus during the day because it really does give them a unique look into what we do and how different we are. Our lottery notification process this year has been quite comprehensive. We've sent out a number of emails, we announced on social media, and we conducted an entire marketing campaign aimed at making sure that everyone knew when our lottery deadlines were, what the process was, how they could be involved this year, letting them know when it would be held and where. Our drawing was held on March 30th. It was at our Fayetteville campus, and we had around 70 to 100 people there that night. We were able to go ahead and fill the seats within our campus, which were quite limited, actually. We had a lot of applicants this last year, and so it was a neat process. We then sent out emails notifying everyone of their acceptance. Those emails are trackable. We're able to see who's read the email, who didn't read the email, and then contact them further if needed. Our seat acceptance form is something that we have online. What that does is enable us to make sure that we have the most accurate information. So if a scholar does not choose to come to Haas Hall, they sign that form and say, I decline. If they do choose to come, they sign the form and say, I accept. Our wait list is still quite long in a lot of grades, and what we're doing is encouraging those people to reapply in August of this year. We are sending out multiple notifications throughout the year to let them know what's going on at Haas Hall, when the lottery deadline is, and keep them abreast on that process. So we had 667 applicants in 6 grades. Currently in the 7th grade at Fayetteville, we have 172 on our wait list. In Bentonville, we had 616, and we have 235 in 7th grade on our wait list still. So our lottery timeline for Springdale is accelerated, but we feel we'll be able to open our campus lottery with approval today on the 19th, of course with the official approval in June, and then we'll hold our lottery drawing on July 12th. The 17th we'll hold an orientation for all of our campuses. And here's just a look at some of the advertising we're going to do to make sure that we can get as much of this out as possible to as much of the community as possible. We've got some newspaper ads, some social media campaigns, emails, and we also have a community outreach organizer who will be hanging flyers and getting the word out in the community for people who aren't necessarily digitally inclined. Here's our flyer. It's offered in English and Spanish, as is our website. Our lottery process this year has been a fun project for me to work on. I've worked hard to ensure that this is something that is a really neat process that is very transparent. I hope that you guys, if you have any questions, let me know. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sharpmeyer, you have 11 minutes remaining. Okay. All right. Then we will move to those to speak in opposition. Dr. Cleveland.
Good morning. My name is Jared Cleveland, Deputy Superintendent, Springdale School District. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. I'm not here to throw rocks at Haas Hall. Our main goal at Springdale is to be a good neighbor to every one of our neighbors, all of the schools around us. We believe that Haas Hall does a fine job with the clientele that they have, and they've certainly produced results. So I'm not here to talk about Haas Hall specifically as far as being ugly in any way. Again, my point here is to be a good neighbor. We understand Haas Hall is wanting to open up with about 500 students in the Jones Center. The Jones Center is a beautiful facility. I know many of you have been there. It's a wonderful place, and Springdale School District will continue to use the Jones Center as well in some other areas. However, my primary role at Springdale is for staffing. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay. My primary role in Springdale is for staffing. I do the personnel. As you know, in May 1 of every year, contracts roll over, correct? So anybody that was hired by May 1, their contract is going to roll. We're staffing now for this next year, and we're planning on those students to return. So it's a difficult timeline for our school and the other districts around who may have students who would be going to Oss Hall. One of my main requests would be just to delay this year, give us time to plan, give them time to plan. It just makes sense to do that. You know, anytime you rush at something, you have a great opportunity at messing up. And with our school and with their school and with our kids, we don't want to rush at anything. We want it to be deliberate, planned, and intentional, okay? That's just how we operate. With student foundation funding, it could be a real decline for us. You know, 500 students, you do the math, it's 65, 85. And also the potential use of Title I funds. As you know, we are funded on Title I funds by census data. And if a charter opens up, they can, and I don't know if Hoss Hall actually participates in Title, but if they were to, then they get a per student amount. So that could be difficult. We've got the Title funds already budgeted. Facilities-wise, we have 3 major high schools with the new School of Innovation, anywhere from $34 to $40 million in investment of local and state money. We're going to have about 600 kids there this next year. The students at the School of Innovation could likely be candidates for Hoss Hall, so there we would have a facility with potentially no kids, and that's not a good way to operate either. And finally, well, there's 2 little things that I'd like to bring up, and I said I wasn't going to throw rocks, and so I'm not going to. But I am going to ask you, I understand that there were some serious allegations leveled by a former employee. I don't know what the results of those allegations were. I think it had something to do with the lottery. Haven't looked in it a whole lot, but I would like to know to make sure that the lottery process is pure. Had a conversation with some people in the past, and you know, as long as we know what the rules of the game are, that's fine. We can play the game and do it right, but the process needs to be pure, whatever that is. My dad's an attorney. One time, quick story, he had to represent a guy he knew was guilty, and it bothered me that he was having to represent the guy. And I said, why are you doing it if he knows he's guilty? He said, every man is due a fair trial. Have the process be pure. And I've learned that lesson through life, and I want to make sure that happens here. And finally, a great respected educator in my mind spoke at the Northwest Arkansas Co-op a few weeks ago, and I asked this educator, I said, what have you learned from your experience in education with the charter school expansion, especially in Little Rock? And what could we know in Northwest Arkansas about making sure that we're not a prime area for that to continue? And he said, you know what, Northwest Arkansas schools do a fantastic job. They provide options, in fact, the whole array of options. So I'm not sure why charter school expansion in Northwest Arkansas would be important at this time, because you provide all kinds of wonderful options, and that's what we're continuing to try to do in Springdale. We've got Fayetteville who are doing the same thing, Bentonville. All of the schools around do a really, really nice job of educating students, and we want to continue to do that. If Hoss Hall wants to come in this next year and provide opportunity for us to plan, maybe we can even partner with them in some way. We're open to those kinds of things, but we want to make sure that we have plenty of time for strategic planning. And right now, a rush is not strategic in any way. And those conclude my remarks.
Dr. Witonski, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are going to center similar. I'm with Megan Witonski. I'm with Springdale School District Associate Superintendent, and my concern centers on diversity. Looking at the population that we serve in Springdale School District versus the population that seems to be served by the lottery process that is established is something that I think should be reviewed in terms of the numbers that are coming in. Another is for us to remember that although it is a Fayetteville location that it's currently serving for Hoss Hall, it's located in Springdale School District. So we already have in Springdale School District, Hoss Hall is an option for students to access. And then the final part would be that we need to remember that we have students who they come from poverty. We serve an extraordinary population in Springdale School District, and the access that students, the needs that they have, my question would be, if there isn't a free and reduced process in place, how do we identify students to be able to receive those meals or have access to those additional services? Thank you.
Ma'am, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was.
Okay. If you'll state your name.
I'm Jennifer Batson. I would like to thank you for allowing me time to share my thoughts and feelings on the application Hoss Hall has submitted to you for the expansion of its charter school. My name, of course, is Jennifer Batson, and I've been an educator for 18 years, and of those 18 years, I've worked 11 years at Springdale Schools, and I love working for the district. I could stand here and recite numbers and percentages that would clearly demonstrate Springdale is the best school district in the state, but I'm not going to. What I do want to share with you is why the educators of the Springdale School District ask you to deny the application presented to you by Haas Hall. All the educators that you see here with me today are representative of the hundreds of educators in our district that feel strongly about this application for expansion. We've taken a personal day out of our classroom to come talk to you about this. I am not a native of Springdale, but I moved to Springdale in the early 90s and I graduated from Springdale High School. I'm also a parent of a student who goes to Springdale. And I've learned these things about Springdale. Springdale accepts every child. We take every child as if they were our own and we make them our family. We work many hours before school, after school, and on weekends to ensure that each student gets the best possible education, no matter what their background is. We don't look at how much money their family makes. We don't look at where they live, and we don't look at their exteriors to see if they're clean or dirty. We don't look at the IQ to see if they are college-bound or not. We love them all, we educate them all, and we give them our all. In the words of Dr. Rollins, we teach them all. This is evident in the many successes that our district has had. If a charter school is truly meant to experiment with innovative ways to educate students and share those innovations with public schools, Springdale certainly does not need Haas Hall. The educators of Springdale School District ask you to do what's right and deny the charter expansion.
Thank you. We have a few moments remaining in opposition. Anyone else? If not, then Dr. Schottmeyer, you have 5 minutes.
I'd first like to start by thanking the Springdale faculty for coming down here today for their service and their time in educating students of Arkansas. I think Dr. Cleveland's concern of funding is a moot point because he's going to receive the same amount of funding regardless if 50 kids come to Haas Hall from his district next year or not. It doesn't change. We are a diverse school, and I think the number one reason why we want to move into the Jones Center for Families in Springdale is to become even more diverse. There's an opportunity for us to try to attract a population that we'd greatly like to serve. And I'm strong about the fact that we do the best as far as working with our scholars on a day-to-day basis. My faculty are not traditional educators. They hold advanced degrees in their respective fields. Many of them come early and most stay late every day. We provide free tutoring to any scholar who needs it. We do weekend AP sessions for any scholar who needs it. So we service our youngsters as best we can, and the data doesn't lie. We take any child who wants to attend Haas Hall. Again, that's why we want to move into Springdale and hopefully broaden that net of scholars who would like to attend. The bus system, Ozark Regional Transit stops there 70 times a day. There's a wonderful opportunity for us to attract students from all over Northwest Arkansas that could ride the public transit. And we certainly, as in our packet, say that we would provide them with passes free of charge.
I can really only speak to the lottery process, but as a graduate of Springdale High School, I also feel like this is a great opportunity within our community. I have 2 Haas Hall scholars and a daughter at Fayetteville schools, and I feel strongly about the opportunities afforded to my children, as well as the transparency of our lottery process. And that's something that we've worked to really make sure is transparent, is available, and is as easy as possible for any and all parents. So, thank you.
All right. Panel? Ms. Barnes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning. And it's a pleasure to see many of you again. I too would like to thank all who have come, both for and in opposition, because I know that it means that there is a great passion for educating children. I heard the presentation both on the lottery and on the reasons for establishing a campus in Springdale. I think I would like to ask a question with respect to what was posed by Dr. Cleveland, and that is what would be the most serious argument in opposition of delaying this, and what is the rush? What would it cause? What harm would it do for all parties to have time? So his request was a delay. I'm simply asking, is that something that has been entertained, and what would be your response to that?
I thank you for your question, ma'am. There are a number of people who would like to have that space in the Jones Center. I don't know if you've ever been to the Jones Center, but it is a one-of-a-kind facility in our great country. And we'd like to be able to secure that spot. And so to be able to do that, we need to move ahead and open up a school in August. We have well over 300 applicants for faculty positions. Less than 12% of everybody who applied to come to Haas Hall, Bentonville, and Fayetteville this year were accepted. So we have a deep applicant pool, certainly for scholars as well as for faculty. We're ready to go. And the building was, or currently is, maybe a school, and so I think it would be a wonderful opportunity for us to move right in. Thank you very much.
Dr. Gocher.
Good morning, Dr. Schottmeyer.
Morning, sir.
I think the two issues that were brought up are things that I was concerned about in reviewing my notes in your packet, which was a strong, well-presented packet.
Thank you.
One thing, you're welcome. One thing I did not see, and it was mentioned on the slide, so I want to hear more about the low-income recruitment. That was not in my packet, but was on the slide.
Yes.
And that was something that a little concerned based upon the enrollment at the Bentonville campus and the Fayetteville campus. And I do want to explore why the Fayetteville campus is in the Springdale School District. And anyway, we can cover that in a moment. But specifically to the low income, speak more about that recruitment process.
Yes,
That's
sir.
very interesting.
I appreciate you bringing that forward. We've been fortunate enough to hire someone to be the director of community outreach for our school, and that person has created a 5-year recruitment plan to recruit more minority scholars as well as more lower income scholars. And we feel that the Jones Center for Family is the perfect location for that based upon the fact that it is utilized for wraparound services for our particular population. Our goal is to work with the Cisneros Foundation as well as to have a school choice fair to educate all types about what school choice is, and that you're not just stuck to attend a district because you live in that district. You have many options. We want to do outreach to different factories, different corporations, and that would be in conjunction with the Cisneros Foundation as well, that they have already gone into these facilities and they want to partner with us on an education front. And so I look at us as being the school that's going to have many opportunities to collaborate because we're so small and we're flexible and be able to do that. But our goal is certainly to recruit a high minority base. Did that answer your question, sir?
It does. It does. Second question, regarding the application, I understand that there is a request for ethnicity data, but there's not a request for special ed or 504 information. Can I have an explanation on that regard?
We have a
please?
lot of scholars on 504s. We do all of that stuff. We have a special education liaison that comes in and provides all the services if needed. We do 504s that translates to the classroom as well as to any standardized test or any college acceptance test. So we go through all those processes ourselves.
Outside the application process, that's in, I guess, the face-to-face?
That's after they're accepted and they're in school. I don't ask any of that. I don't have any questions about any of that stuff when we do the lottery. No, sir, not at all.
And that's good, and I appreciate that. Currently, how many students are enrolled in the Fayetteville campus that are special needs students?
If you're asking me 504, I'm going to say roughly we have probably, about 30? I would say at least 30 scholars that have 504s. The special ed folks came earlier this year and went through all of our paperwork and said it was fine.
And how many special education students that are identified?
We don't have anybody that's identified as special ed in that direct manner, but we have a space for them if we do. I mean,
Sure.
We're going to accept anybody that comes. We're a public school, right? I mean,
That's
I'm
right.
excited about educating anybody who wants to come to Haas Hall.
Sure. And final question, a little more, maybe this is for your colleague behind you regarding the wait list. We learned in just our internal research that there were students enrolled that did not appear on the wait list. And just curious, how did that occur and what measures have been put in place to make sure such an improper practice would not occur again?
I'm not sure that I could speak to anyone that I know of. In this year's lottery process, I've personally met with or
Sure.
spoken to every single person that is accepted and enrolled.
My name is Mark Henry. I'm attorney for Haas Hall.
Good morning.
And I want to address your issue. It seems like you're talking about 4 students in the past.
Okay.
So today we presented the lottery process going forward. So there's a demarcation in my understanding because earlier when we invited the state into our offices and showed everything and went down entire rolls of students, the attorneys, excuse me, I'm hoarse. The attorneys with the state were there. And they walked through our entire lottery application process. We were completely open and invited any suggestions at all. So going forward, in order to put an end to these, what I would call speculations or rumors or what we heard or those kind of statements, we came forward with a completely transparent, fully audited electronic system that parents, students, the state, anyone can look at with a timestamp of when they applied, their name, with the anonymity component, the number assigned, open, public, scholar acceptance. We are an open book, and we wanted to create a system that is transparent completely going forward. So that's the going forward. Now the back, the 4 students you're talking about, I don't know if it was 4 or if it was 2 or 7, because when we sat down with the state and gave a rational explanation for each and every student, some of those people were identified as faculty, some of those scholars were identified as faculty students, and there are other explanations. And there are a handful, or a small handful, less than 4, I think, that did not have a rational, clear, traceable explanation. And we have taken care of that.
Good.
And that person in charge of those procedures is not with Haas Hall now. And so we ask you to trust that going forward, our procedure is completely transparent, and we invite the state. We went to the state's procedures, used the state spreadsheet on how to conduct the lottery, even the Excel spreadsheet on the function of randomizing numbers and acceptance. So going forward is all we can do relative to the Springdale location. And our books are completely open. As you know, you also did not sense any hesitation, I guess, from the state when they came to look at our books. We've had several meetings because we want to put all of these rumors to rest. The only way to do that is to have a timestamp, fully automated computer system, and that's what Heather Holloway put together for us.
Good, and thank you. And I do believe, based upon what I'm seeing, that there is a transparency in the lottery process. I guess a little concern I have in regards to the former employee. So it was possible for one employee to enroll a student that possibly was not on a wait list. And if that is the possibility, how have those measures been ceased in order for this? For one person should not be able to violate a wait list. And so how have the processes been changed to allow that to not happen again?
Right. So what you're asking for is what levels of accountability,
exactly,
and whether or not the bookkeeper takes the money and also, by example, is the same person doing everything? No. The computer, the database, is doing everything with the automated. So when the state, for example, this time, when the Ms. Boyd was here, she was right there, immediately received the full list of the students before we did the draw, after we did the draw, and she was there whenever the email notifications were sent or were about to be sent. So those databases are in her possession beginning, at any time when she requests it, and so right before we draw and right after we draw, and she has all of those copies. And that allows the state to audit as well. So there is an oversight. We've invited the oversight. We've had oversight for at least 2 years. I mean, in terms of the books have been open for longer, but she has attended our lottery draw 2 years now.
So going forward, yes. As for the past, we've dealt with that. We ask you to trust that some of these employment issues, as for even the school district, for Springdale or Fayetteville or Bentonville, they need to address the issues as they come forward. But we think we have in place an electronic system that has our full confidence and the state's confidence going forward.
Thank you, Mark. And I do believe there is an increased transparency and accountability. I'm just still concerned that I need to see a consistency in that transparency
Absolutely.
before I can support an expansion at this point. But I'll continue to let my colleagues respond, and we'll move forward.
Ms. Pfeffer, you're recognized.
Okay. Good morning. My questions are probably for Dr. Schaffmeyer.
Yes, ma'am.
You've talked a little bit about the data regarding diversity with your student population, and I'd asked for some clarification on the economic diversity. And you don't participate in the free reduced lunch program, but you indicate that you provide free uniforms and meals to scholars
Yes.
in financial need. Can you tell me in each of your campuses how many of your scholars qualify for that, and how do you determine which scholars are in financial need?
The exact numbers I don't have on the top of my head, so I'd hate to give you those right now. I can tell you that our process at Haas Hall is we let everybody know during orientation. If something is a financial hardship for you or your family, all you need to do is let one of us know. Typically, it's the college placement officer at each campus. It's done quietly, no one knows, and we pay for everything for the scholar. It's not about what you have and don't have, it's about this. We want to focus on that. So uniforms, any kind of test prep costs, food are taken care of.
And I appreciate that sentiment. I guess my question is, though, what is, besides a student having to come up and tell somebody, I can't afford it, do you have a mechanism in place by which you could evaluate that?
No, because again, I don't want to embarrass the scholar. There have been times when they'll say, my parents won't buy a jacket for me, would you mind giving me one or buying one for me? No problem.
Okay.
I'm not going to embarrass anybody over that, because that's not what we're about. We're about educating everybody the same.
Okay. It would be helpful for me to have that information.
I'd be more than happy to provide that information to you.
Okay. So then my next question, and I want to make sure I'm understanding your request. You basically have two requests. One is the location, and then the other is the preferential treatment for siblings. And I may be saying that wrong, but for
The sibling
siblings
clause?
priority?
Yes, ma'am. And there's also the expansion of our Fayetteville campus by 100 scholars as well.
Okay, so there's three things. Okay. And so this question would be for probably ADE legal. The request for siblings, is that a typical request?
Yes, I mean, there are lots of campuses that, or charter schools that have multiple campuses that do have a sibling preference.
Okay, but that would be something we would be voting on today, is that
Yes,
correct?
and there's actually three parts. They wanted an enrollment cap on their Fayetteville charter, they wanted the sibling preference applicable to all their charters, and then the license to operate a Springdale campus.
Okay, so Dr. Schottmeyer, do you, I guess something that I'm kind of struggling with, without knowing any details on the economic diversity of your students, and with your demographics still being a majority of your students being white, would help me to understand or maybe alleviate some of my concerns that granting a request for sibling preference wouldn't just perpetuate a lack of diversity in your campuses.
No, I don't believe that to be the case whatsoever. No, ma'am. What that's going to do is alleviate a lot of parents who are upset with me every year when the lottery's drawn, to where they have a child that wants to come in, and they're all different races that are in the same situation that have multiple siblings. So we'd like to be able to do that. Again, looking at our Springdale campus, I think you're going to see that we are going to have an opportunity to become much more diverse. And that's what I'm really excited about. And the Jones Center for Families is a perfect location for us because it's already being used as a school, and it's also being used by many community members as a place for recreation and various assistive help that they need throughout the day.
But in your two existing campuses where you don't have a lot of diversity, how are you going to increase diversity there if you're giving preferential treatment, and I'm saying that wrong, I know that's sibling preference.
Right.
Sibling priority to those who are there. So that's a concern I have. And then the other question I have is about the timeline. I believe one of you presented that you would actually, if we approve this today, you would start your application tomorrow. That the applications would open up starting tomorrow. And I know one of your goals is to be able to get the Jones Center, but it would still be next month before the state board would give that final approval. So to me, that timeline is really rushed. And I guess share a little bit of concern that Dr. Cleveland expressed, that anytime things are on such a fast track, it just, bears some questioning. Could this slow down a little bit so that we have time to see, are we increasing the diversity in communities? Do we have the infrastructure in place so that if an expansion does occur at a later time, you really are able to have a diverse group of students that have opportunities for a high-quality education?
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess my question would be the rush of the timeline. That just seems very rushed.
It is expedited a bit, but we already have the groundwork as far as we have scholars who want to attend. We also have faculty who want to teach. And we're moving into an existing facility that was utilized as a school. So I don't think that it's going to be a burden for us whatsoever. It's going to be rather exhilarating, I believe, to be able to open up the campus in a short amount of time.
Dr. Saunders, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I had questions on the lottery process as you discussed earlier.
Yes, sir.
And I think that I can totally understand a random process at the point of selection from the list with the oversight and everything else. But my concern or questions would be into the creation of that list initially to begin. How is the academic information that's collected on the applicants used on the assignment of the numbers?
What were you talking about specifically?
Pardon?
What are you talking about specifically? I'm sorry.
The academic information on the application?
The math grade that they're in, the math course that they're in?
That's one of them.
Okay.
Also, if the student has ever repeated a grade. Also, if the student has ever skipped a grade.
That's off of it. That's off of our website, the repeated grade or skipped a grade. Typically what happens is there are parents that will come in and they'll say, I'd like my child to skip a grade and I would like to know if they had to skip more than one, those types of things. None of this information is utilized in our lottery until it's drawn, because what happens is scholars get accepted in the lottery, they attend an orientation, and then we help them build a course schedule, and that's based upon what math have you currently had. We don't receive transcripts for any new scholar until they're already enrolled, much like during the summer. We don't ask for any kind of tri-and transcript passing to and fro from schools, because there have been times when our scholars have been bullied by the district of origin to where we don't do that any longer. We wait until the very last moment to make sure Marty's going to attend Haas Hall. So no academic information is ever given to us except for, did your child, what math course are they currently in, so we can go ahead and decide to build. We pull the lottery and we have 48 kids who need Algebra 1, we'll have 2 Algebra 1 classes. If we pull the lottery and it says only 12 need Algebra 1, we'll just have 1. So we're trying to build our schedule early on so that we can go ahead and have our current scholars and then the new scholars enroll in classes. That's what that was used for.
So what about the skipping of the grade?
The skipping of the grade would have been only, I'm sorry.
And the repeating of the grade, why is that collected prior to, at the very initial onset of the application process?
I believe that's why we took that off. Because in prior years, we'd use it only to see if a child had, after the lottery's been drawn, skipped a grade, because many times people will come in and say, my child is in 8th grade, they're bored, they're not being challenged, can they be kicked up into the 9th grade or the 10th grade? So that's good data for us to know.
But that was on this year's application.
Was it on this year's application?
And it's no longer going forward. We followed the best practices outlined in the webinar that we attended that was put on by the state, which stated that really our application should be very bare bones, very minimum. And so our new application process for Springdale and going forward basically just asks the required information, name, address, grade. I mean, it's really bare bones. And so we won't have hardly any information going into it. We definitely don't ask about skipping or repeating a grade or math courses or anything.
But those changes were not in effect for this year's process,
Not for,
correct?
yeah, the 2016-17 Fayetteville and Bentonville.
And on the orientation shadow a scholar step in the application process, if a child simply applies and they choose not to attend either one of those, are they still eligible for the lottery?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. We only had around 40 to 45% attendance in a shadow. It's an opportunity we offer, but it's definitely not a requirement.
Have you been able to analyze any of the results from this year's lottery on the results as far as migrant students or special ed or English second language?
I haven't yet, no. Yeah, we're just now getting all of the enrollment paperwork in, so we're still working on processing all of that.
Any other questions? Ms. Leewood?
Let me just fill you in on what's going on in my mind, and maybe you can address it. But just looking at your information, I have a really big problem with your diversity. And I heard about the 5-year recruitment plan.
Yes.
And then Ms. Pfeffer saying that you would, if we approved, you would try to run applications for your Springdale campus tomorrow. And with that short time frame, I'm wondering how you are going to actively, or I can't think of the correct word, but how are you going to recruit low-income minority students in such a small time frame when the history of the makeup of your other 2 campuses indicates either that you've had a problem with recruiting those kinds of students or that you haven't been? I don't know if I've made myself clear, but could you address that for me?
Well, I think certainly we want to be more diverse, and that's the reason that we did hire a full-time community outreach person to service all of our schools. I'm talking strictly about Springdale now because that's what we're talking about as far as our expansion plans go. The opportunity for us to become more diverse certainly is in Springdale, and it's at the Jones Center for Families. And that person that's in charge of community outreach will do information sessions. We're ready to go. We're ready to have all this stuff lined out. She's a dynamo. We'll have information sessions at the Jones Center at various places throughout the community, get people excited about coming to Haas Hall and registering and becoming part of our lottery. So that's something that we're actively trying to do. I've heard the criticisms for many years, and I'm here to address them today. And the way I'm going to do that is by saying, let's go to Springdale. Let's put our school in the Jones Center for Families, and let's try to increase our minority population. And I think that's something that everybody here from our team wants to have happen, and many of our supporters.
Okay, so you've heard these criticisms for years. Why not try to implement your 5-year recruitment plan with your Fayetteville and Bentonville campus, see how it works out, and then come back and try Springdale? And I understand a lot of people are interested in the Jones Center.
Yes,
I heard
ma'am.
that. And I guess the other question I have too is the methods for getting the word out about the Springdale campus. Is that something? Are those methods that you've used before, or are they new ideas? And do you think the word will reach? How sure are you that it'll reach low-income minority students?
Because there's a high percentage of low-income minority students that are around the Jones Center for Families. That's the major key, is where it's located for us. And again, there's so many opportunities for those youngsters to take Ozark Regional Transit to and from school. Now, we've used some strategies in the past. They've been fairly effective. We have some new strategies after talking to various stakeholders, how to do other things, work partnering with other folks, and they're going to be increased. But our person that's in charge of diversity or community school outreach has just wonderful plans set up, and we're ready to start. And I think you're going to be really proud. I think I'll come back a year from now and you guys have been going, hey, you did what you said you'd do.
I'll just be honest with you. I'm not comfortable. I don't want another campus that looks like your Fayetteville and Bentonville campus. And I would rather see, in years to come, diversity increase on your two existing campuses before I go and, you know, give my vote for a new campus that's going to look like the two that you have.
I appreciate your honesty, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Gocher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we've heard from Haas Hall representatives regarding the transparency of the lottery process, but I'm curious if we might have some input from our ADE staff on their witnessing of the lottery process. That would be interesting information for, I think, the panel to hear, Ms. Boyd.
Yes, sir. I have been, I have observed lotteries for Haas Hall for the past 2 years. The most recent lottery that was done is leaps and bounds improvements upon the past. Before it didn't appear to be as open to the public as it has this past year. So this is the first time I went where there were people in attendance who were there. They were allowed to ask questions. They were allowed to check their numbers right there and fill out paperwork right there on this day. So I can answer more specific questions, but overall, the process has, in the past year, become more transparent. And we've gotten feedback from the public as well to say that they have noticed a change.
And that's encouraging. Ms. Davis, do you?
Several of us went and reviewed some of their lottery documents, and there were discrepancies in the past. Some of them were, there were multiple reasons that for the discrepancies. They did go over their new lottery process, the new online application, how to check your application, your number, and it does seem that it would prevent some of the issues that had led up to the discrepancies prior to. And then we had offered some suggestions on how to even further improve that, to cut down on, I believe that you had mentioned earlier about having one person that can go in and, you know, basically manually make changes. We had offered some suggestions that would make us feel even more comfortable with the fact that it is a fair and open lottery without external adjustments.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I don't know if it's a Haas Hall representative or someone from the charter panel. I think I heard earlier, and I'd heard this before, that the address for the campus in Fayetteville actually is in the Springdale School District, while the physical address has a Fayetteville zip code. I just need to know more information, why that exists, and anyway.
Yeah, so I can speak to that. That's correct. The location of the campus is physically in the city of Fayetteville. However, if you search the address to figure out what school district it's in, it does come up as being in the Springdale School District. And this is probably my mistake that you guys haven't been made aware of this prior to.
Should that require a name change? Should it be a Springdale campus? If that's, maybe not because it's a physical address of Fayetteville, but I think that's interesting to ask, though.
Well, we don't have any rules or procedures on how the schools name themselves.
Sure.
Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, I just had questions about, you keep on the staffing. You say you already have staffing in place and ready for this.
No,
where would they be coming from? And
well over 300 people applied from all over the country. And so we've been talking to people, trying to get them excited about the possibility of Haas Hall Academy, the Jones Center opening up in the fall. We're Skyping with people. We're calling them on the phone, and we're interviewing people face to face.
You don't have them in place right now?
Oh, no. I mean, they're a number of them ready to go. I mean, they'd like to go. If I can come back and say, hey, we're going to be approved, they'd quit their other jobs and come with us.
So, and I think you're projecting 360 slots for.
Right.
So you're going to have a full staff, lunches, everything done before school would start this coming school year. For the Jones, do you feel comfortable you would be able to have that all set up and ready to go?
I do, yes, sir.
And then, because the time frame is just, I do have questions about the time frame. It does seem rushed. I mean, it's a pretty quick turnaround, especially with the questions they're raising about the lottery and staffing. And then I know that there was a school that was in there, but then going in there, and I'm assuming there's going to have to be some kind of renovations for it to come in there. Or do you just think you're going to be able to walk in that day and use what was there?
I think we could utilize about 70% of it as is.
And the other question I had was on the lottery, about the Scholar campus tour.
Yes.
Can I get a little more detail? What happens on that? Do they just follow the student around, or is there an interaction with faculty, administrators?
That's a great question. What happens is our scholars will sign up to shadow, and they're met at the front door with their person they're going to shadow for the day. And so that child shadows with a scholar and goes to 4 classes, and then they go home. They don't meet with me. I don't see them. If I see a youngster walking down the hallway that's wearing something that's not House Hall, I'll say hello, good morning, or good afternoon. That's the extent of it. But they do go to various classes. They get to see that it's 90 minutes in length in each class, so it's a little bit different. You carry 4 classes a day, and they get to see the academic environment as it is, and it's fundamentally different from most. So for them, it makes them, they're interviewing us at this point. This is their opportunity to say, I really like House Hall. I'd love to attend House Hall. Or some will say, I don't want to go there, and that's certainly their right.
Okay, but there's the teachers talk to them. I mean, I guess I'm
No,
trying
we're
to
just teaching class, and if I'm going to use my name, because if Marty's a shadow and Marty's engaged in the class and Marty raises his hand, he'll be called. Sure, if they want to participate in the lesson, great, that's awesome. If they want to sit back and read a book or whatever they want to do and just observe, that's their right as well.
Are the parents with them?
No, sir.
All right, it's my turn, my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
As I'm looking over your request, in essence, you currently are approved for 900 students at both total, with both campuses, is that correct?
For Bentonville and Fayetteville?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And in essence, to replicate at the Jones Center, then that would be for additional 500 seats. So that, in essence, you're asking to go from 900 to 1,500?
No, Bentonville is its own separate charter, so Bentonville is a 500 number campus. It'll stay 500. What we want to do is expand our Fayetteville campus another 100 scholars, and then expand our Fayetteville numbers by 500 and allow those 500 scholars to go to Springdale, because it would be a license, not a charter.
Okay. On your website, I want to quote the exact wording. In your website, it says, therefore, it is required that each scholar have access to an internet-connected computer, preferably broadband, at his or her residence.
Yeah, that was up there back when we were in the Dairy Barn days. I don't know how it's up there now. I don't do our website. Did you remember that being up there?
Yes, I'm looking at live.
What page is that? Do you have it?
I'm on the, under Parents, Technology Guidelines.
Okay. Well, that's...
That may be my mistake. It may be an old document that I uploaded on accident. It may not be our most recent.
It's current.
Is it?
I'm looking
It
at your
has the
website
date.
now.
Right, I may have uploaded that. That may not have been the most recent document that we have.
The reasoning behind that initially was we thought at one time that if there was inclement weather, we could still have school. Back in the Dairy Barn days, when we had about 17 scholars, and so we gave everybody a laptop back then. So it was a different system. We're just trying to get anybody who wanted to come. It was hard to get people to come out to Farmington.
Have you reached out to the Springdale School District for any collaboration or strategic planning?
I have not, and that's not for any other reason than the fact that we're both extremely busy, but I'd be happy to sit down with Dr. Cleveland and anybody else you would like me to sit down with. I want to be a partner. I'm the little guy here. I understand that. And I'm just trying to make an impact on Arkansas education, just like everybody else is. But it would be nice. That's one of the reasons of having the school choice fair, was to get everybody together at the Jones Center and show off what we're best at, so people can make an informed decision whether they'd like to have their student go to school. And so, yeah, I think it'd be wonderful if we had a partnership. I've always wanted one. I'm open.
We certainly encourage that. Make the first step.
Well, I'll be happy to call Dr. Cleveland tomorrow.
My concern is, as I search your website, if I were a parent in that region, I myself would not send my child there. And I would not have felt comfortable as a child myself going there. And I came from a poverty background, so I don't feel that I'm welcomed there. And that may not be the truth, and so that's my perception. And I just share that with you because your website is that first location for people to go and learn about you, and it's an opportunity to really change perceptions. And so if that's not the reality, that's certainly the perception being sent.
Certainly. I appreciate your comments, and I'm disappointed to hear that, because I spent a lot of money having that thing upgraded to look real nice and be friendly.
It looks nice, it just doesn't feel friendly.
Okay, well, if you have any
It's easy to-
suggestions for me, let me know.
Easy to find information, but as I look at the kids on there, they don't look like I did. They don't look, it just looks more expensive than the public education I received.
Well, I think one of the things that causes that is the fact that we're uniforms. And even though they come from Land's End Kmart, it does put them in school mode, because those days that they don't wear their uniform, it's a totally different feel at the school. So, I mean, I think the uniforms probably are the cause of that, when you see our scholars wearing the crest and things like that. But it's the same idea as the corporate mentality. I work for the corporation, you work for Haas Hall. And so we're all trying to be the best we can every day, so that our scholarships, our diplomas are worth more money. That's the hope for every scholar that attends.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate high expectations. I just want there to be a welcoming attitude.
We'll work on that. If you have any suggestions, please let us know. I'd be happy to have
Thank
Heather
you.
do it, or anybody else we need to hire.
Any other questions? Ms. Davis, are there any remaining issues regarding the amendments?
There's just a few clarifications, and I think that they might have clarified it just a moment ago, but I would feel better if we just had it on record. On the, so they want 100 student increase in their Fayetteville charter, but they also want a license for Springdale. So if the Springdale license is approved, then it would also be at either the 400 if you do not approve the enrollment cap, or 500 students if the enrollment cap is approved. And so I just want to make sure that you're clear that if they approve the Springdale license at the 100 student enrollment cap, then you would have 500 enrollment cap at Springdale. But if not, it would be 400, because it would still be a replication of the Fayetteville campus. Yes. Okay, just making sure. Also, on the sibling preference, if you were to approve that, it would not go into effect until the next school year and lottery process, with the exception if you approve the Springdale license, then it could be in effect for that. Okay.
And just for clarification, is that sibling preference, is that within that school or across schools?
Yeah, no, that would just be within that school. Yeah, there would not be, and that was one of the things that we did discuss, that the transfers of students was who you apply is the one that you can get into. You can apply to multiples, but you can only get accepted into one. Okay.
Ms. Boyd, do you have any additional clarification?
No, just Ms. Davis got it right about the sibling preference, that's all.
I have a question. Yeah, are we voting on each of those things separately, or is it a motion for all of it? What's the most, or does it just depend on?
I mean, you could do it all in one, but if you want to handle them individually, I think it just probably depends on how you feel your votes, I mean, I would probably suggest that you handle the enrollment cap and the sibling preference and then the license. So that way, those things would be in effect if a license was approved.
And just for clarification, the enrollment cap, or the increase in the enrollment cap, would be to bring Fayetteville from 400 to 500, which matches what Bentonville already has.
That's
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I was just saying that I would prefer that we take each separately.
Okay, is that the will of the group? All right, then we'll start with the expansion of the Fayetteville campus enrollment from 400 to 500 students. If I could have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move not to approve the expansion.
Second.
A second by, motion by Ms. Barnes and a second by Dr. Gocher to not approve the enrollment cap expansion for the Fayetteville campus. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Rogers is in opposition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1. Motion carries.
For the sake of our voting, does that require 2 more documents because we only have the one?
Yeah, that's about to
And
ask.
that's good.
If you'll upload some additional documents for us. And Ms. Davis, can we go ahead and take a vote on all of these and then come back and give our reasons?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm going to take the liberty of, let me look at this, asking this question before we move on. Should we vote next on the sibling admission preference for the Fayetteville campus?
I would go ahead, well, the sibling preference is for all the campuses. So I would go ahead and vote on that one now, so that way, in the event, if you approve a Springdale charter, then it would also be applicable because it would be applicable to all their campuses.
All right, sibling preference? You have a question?
I do have a question for them.
Okay. All right, go right ahead.
Yes, Dr. Schoppenheimer, I don't know if you're best to answer this question concerning the sibling preference. I was wondering if you have any idea of the number of students that may involve, as far as potential applicants that may be in a given year.
No, sir.
A motion?
Madam Chair, I move to approve sibling preference.
I'll second that.
A motion's been made by Ms. Barnes and seconded by Dr. Saunders to approve the sibling preference for all campuses, if the third campus is approved. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Pfeffer and Lewo? No, that gives me 5-2. Motion passes. Third, to replicate the Fayetteville campus into the Jones Center for Families in Springdale.
Is it on me?
Any questions, any motions?
Repeat that again, please, Madam Chair.
Consideration to replicate the Fayetteville campus into the Jones Center for Families in Springdale. In other words, because there is a 400 cap in Fayetteville, there would be a 400 cap in Springdale with sibling admission preference.
I move to deny the amendment request for expansion to the Jones Center.
Second.
So there's been a motion by Dr. Gocher to not approve and seconded by Ms. Lewo. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes.
Should I wait until we?
You want to add it to your notes?
Can you see where I've added the additional sheets?
Let's go.
Just on the first one right now. So,
Okay.
um,
As we read our reasons for the vote, I'm going to take those one at a time, and so we'll do the first motion.
Sure.
I don't see the other two. You have to log back out to your drive.
Did you send it by email?
No.
It's in the,
So just go back into the same link, and it should upload automatically.
Your vote is whatever it is. Yeah.
X out of that.
that's the same one I had there.
Did you download those to your drive? Okay.
No, I'm gonna just pull.
Did you log all the way out? Go back out to your email.
Am I gonna lose that one?
No.
Okay. So,
Just close them. See, Kathy. The license request is for the Springdale. You have to, see that little box with the arrow up it, the second, you have to download it.
Oh, yeah, I know. I typed in one.
Yeah, but there's three.
Yeah, okay. So what I was saying is
Right there beside the X. Look. You typed in the first one. It did. So go to that box and download.
Yeah, I mean, I saw all of them. Okay, so this is the. It didn't save my.
Yeah, it did, Ms. Barnes. I can see it.
How many do I see? I don't see, I don't even know what I have now. Okay, let me see.
You want mine?
Everybody else is ready.
I am not.
Do you want to, Jennifer, can you move yours over and let her see?
Sure. Yeah, I'm just trying to see which one we're on.
Okay, if I can direct everyone back to the motion to not approve the enrollment cap expansion for Fayetteville. Ms. Barnes?
Yes, I voted not to approve the current cap expansion because I do not believe at this time it serves the best interest of the student population as well as the surrounding communities. I believe that over time, the current practice would create a more beneficial school.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the motion to not approve. While there appears to be an increased accountability and oversight in the lottery process, and I'm truly encouraged by what I've heard this morning, I do feel strongly that a longer period of time to ensure that this process is transparent to allow for an increase in trust. Secondly, the timeline for expansion is a challenge for me. While I'm confident that they certainly are up for the challenge, but considering all of the elements required for the beginning of a new year, I'm not in favor also because of the timeline for expansion.
Mr. Lester?
At this time, I've voted for the amendment to not have it happen because I still have concerns about the recruitment for diversity, the lottery process, and the timing for opening the new location.
Ms. Lewo?
I voted for. I have concerns about diversity and the lottery process.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I would like to have concrete data on the status of economically disadvantaged students and data regarding the most recent lottery conducted under the new transparent process.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted against the motion because I felt like allowing them to have the more slots would allow them to prove that they are trying to recruit a more diverse population, that holding where they are with this number they have, they wouldn't be able to, but adding it, possibly they could.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted for the motion. I had a concern over the lack of diversity in association with the lottery procedures, and I think one thing in the future is not just the procedures in place, but looking at the results of the procedures in place, and once we have the results of diverse lottery, that would help me to make a better decision for that.
Part two, the motion was to approve sibling preference. The motion passed 5-2. And I see, Ms. Barnes, you're working on that one, so, all right, go ahead.
I voted in favor of sibling preference because I do believe that it serves the best interest of parents as well as the needs of students in providing for equitable education in the home.
Dr. Gocher?
This is for the second, is that right?
Siblings.
Siblings. I voted for the motion to approve the sibling preference. While there remains a concern for diversity, currently in these two campuses, I do feel it's in the best interest of families to allow for siblings to be together.
Mr. Lester?
I voted for also the same reasons, for the best interest of the family. I approve it.
Ms. Lewa?
I voted against. I thought that the sibling preference would enhance their issues with diversity.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I also voted against this motion, and while I understand the need for families to have consistency, I feel that sibling preference at this point will further prevent a diverse student population, given that over 70% of the population at both schools is currently white and no data regarding economically disadvantaged students exists.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion because I believe that the waiver exists with other charter schools, and this could possibly provide an uneasy strain on parents having children in two different schools.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted for the motion. I feel it is important to accommodate for families with multiple students to attend the same school when possible.
The third motion was a motion to deny the expansion into, or the license request for the Springdale campus. Ms. Barnes?
I voted in favor of the denial because I believe that this expansion lends itself to many unknown and unintended consequences. While I appreciate the opportunities as expressed, they do not outweigh the concern that a delay could potentially resolve.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the motion to deny. Legislative intent of charter schools allows for, quote, expanded choices that are available in the public school system. I currently feel that the Springdale School District offers multiple and innovative opportunities for the current region and do not see the need for expansion at this time.
Mr. Lester?
I voted for the denial. I still have concerns about the recruitment for diversity, the lottery process, and the timing for opening the new location.
Ms. Lewu?
I voted for. I had concerns again with diversity, the lottery process, and the impact on the school district.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted for the motion because the timeline is too rushed for a thorough lottery process and could potentially negatively impact neighboring districts either through staffing or student attendance at such a late date.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion along the same lines with everybody else. I felt like the timeline was too rushed, with still concerns about the lottery process and the staffing for being open this fall.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted for the motion. I had concerns over the lack of diversity in association with lottery procedures.
You have a comment? Ms. Pfeffer?
I do want to say that I did feel better today with the explanation of the lottery process. I do feel like you are taking steps to correct some things that have been problematic in the past. And I also, understand the choice for the new location. So I just think that there needs to be time to show that things that are being put in place are going to set the foundation for changes in the future. So I would encourage you, and I was encouraged by your comments about, from you and Dr. Cleveland both, about partnerships, because I do believe we all want the same thing, and that is to provide quality education for all students, and recognizing that that can be good when there is choice. So I would just like to encourage that, and would be open to seeing some things in the future.
Dr. Schottmeyer, I would echo the encouragement. I was very encouraged today. I'm really excited about your new lottery process. It appears to be very transparent and may be a model to others. So we look forward to that. The second thing I would say is I think you've been given some positive criticism today that I hope that you will take and come back to see us again with that data, that evidence that your recruitment plan is working, that you are listening and your outreach is reflecting the comments that have been shared with you today. So I hope you don't see this as a negative, but I hope you see this as a positive to come back and get it right.
Yes, ma'am, I certainly do, and thank you for your time today. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. We will take a 15-minute break.
Headed back home. We had a pretty crazy drive on Monday. We started at 4.
Action item 3, request for open enrollment charter school amendments for Little Rock Preparatory Academy. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On November 4th, 2008, the State Board of Education approved the open enrollment charter application for Little Rock Preparatory Academy. The charter authorizing panel approved a 3-year renewal of the charter in February of 2014. The charter is approved to serve students in grades K through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 432. Representatives of the Little Rock Preparatory Academy are appearing before the panel to request amendments to their current charter. Would you like to be reminded of the procedures?
Yes, and would you, before we go forward, would you tell us the amendment?
Yes, they are requesting a location change.
Only.
Only.
Okay. Ms. Davis?
The procedures today are going to be the same ones that you followed this morning. They are, it still is morning, that you have followed already. Everybody wishing to provide testimony outside of the attorneys will need to be sworn in. Better. After that, the charter will have 20 minutes to present its case for its amendment, followed by 20 minutes collectively for opposition. I did notice that there are quite a few people to sign up for public comment. I don't know if those are for opposition, but if so, they need to be aware that they have 20 minutes collectively. So if there's one person that could speak, as a whole, so that way all their concerns are addressed, they might want to consider that. But after 20 minutes for opposition, the charter will have 5 minutes additional time to respond. After that, you may ask questions of anyone that you feel has information necessary for you to make your determination. You can then take the matter under advisement and vote today, at which point you have a Google Doc that you can log your vote in and your reasons for your vote. If you'd like to take it under advisement and vote at a later time, you can do that as well. Thank you.
Ms. Boyd, you're recognized. Oh, let me swear everybody in.
Yeah, thank you.
If all representatives from the Little Rock Preparatory Academy, anyone speaking in favor or in opposition, if you will all stand and raise your right hand. If you signed up for public comment, please stand now. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, before the school gets started with their presentation, we have a special request that one of the public commenters be allowed to speak now as they have a pending appointment. Her name is Gwendolyn Winston. Would you allow that?
I will. 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Gwendolyn Williams Winston, and due to other pressing family obligations, I do need to leave, and I'd like to thank you for allowing me this opportunity. As a single parent and grandparent, Little Rock Preparatory Academy has provided my children with a well-rounded, stable, caring, learning environment. We've been with Little Rock Preparatory Academy since inception. The faculty and environment provided have been a prevalent factor in reinforcing dignity, a desire to learn, and help when learning and focus was difficult for my children. And most of all, it's a safe environment during the hours while they're at school. I don't have to worry about them. The choice of this charter school has been the best investment that I've made for their educational needs. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, now we have Tina Long, who's the superintendent for Little Rock Prep.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Charter Authorizing Panel members. Thank you for allowing me the time to present today regarding our relocation. My name is Tina Long. I am the superintendent. With me today, I have 3 members of our executive management team. I have Christian Yarberry, our executive director, Dennis Teed, our chief operating officer. I also have with me today members of our board of trustees, parents, and children who are supporting Little Rock Prep. So if you're with us today, please stand and be recognized. Thank you. mission of Little Rock Preparatory Academy is to serve students from underserved communities for competitive college and advanced careers by ensuring mastery of core subjects, developing the behaviors needed for success, citizenship, and leadership. So sounds like many schools' mission statements. Something that's a little different about ours is the underserved communities. We specifically recruit and design an educational model that best serves students from underserved communities. So our proposal today does not change our mission statement. So we are a K-8 charter, but today we're going to be discussing our middle school. So we have around 119 students in our middle school. Prior to the community eligibility provision, 83% of our students qualified for free or reduced lunch, and under the provision, 100% of our students are receiving free lunch. We're 83% African American, 15% Latino. Compared to the Little Rock School District and the state of Arkansas, our tag groups are higher in all areas. So just a little background about us. We take very seriously serving the whole child. So this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and what we've done is systematically made sure that all of our children's needs are met all the way through. Even starting at the bottom with physical, making sure that our free lunch program, uniform scholarships, uniform discounts, mental health services are all provided to our students. For safety, we fully implement the statewide panic button. We have had training on invasion training. Teachers are trained. We have a key card entry system. So safety is a big concern and something that we address very seriously. I think when you hear from our parents or our students, the love and belonging is where we really thrive. Our parents love our school, and our teachers love our students. And that's very evident when you walk in the building at Little Rock Preparatory Academy. When we were administering our surveys just a few weeks ago, that was something I heard over and over from the parents is, where's the part about the teachers love us? And so that's something that's just really prevalent with us. The fourth level is esteem. We have a mastery learning model, making sure children master all skills before moving on. Exponential learning, project-based learning, and student-led conferences. Every child in our school is on an annual improvement plan. They all track their own data, know exactly where they stand and where they need to go. And they deliver those student-led conferences to their families 3 times a year. And then the last or highest level is self-actualization. We do that through explicit teaching, our graduate attributes, our leadership development program. We also have a Learning Pass program where our students go into the community and participate with 14 different learning partners. So meeting the needs of our students in a very organized, systematic way is something we will continue to do, regardless of the building that we're in. So in the fall, Little Rock Preparatory Academy requested that the Office for Educational Policy at the University of Fayetteville conducted an independent study of our school and did an analysis on our MAP data. So Dr. Sarah McKenzie presented that to you in February. I just want to briefly remind you of the results that we got. 63% of our students meet or exceed typical gains as compared to the national average of 50%. Those gains resulted in 1.2 grade level equivalents in reading, 1.5 grade level equivalents in math. Dr. Sarah McKenzie concluded that LRPA students grow better than 79% of students in math, nationally in reading, and 84% of students nationally in math. So her conclusion was that Little Rock Preparatory Academy middle school grades exceeded national peers in academic growth, both in reading and in math. Next is our ESEA report. This report we take very seriously of the goals that are set before us by the state. We spent 2 years adjusting our curriculum to make sure we are addressing the standards and we're performing against our goals that the state set for us using the PARC. We are very proud that we earned achieving in 100% of all the areas on this report. We remained focused on reaching a level of proficiency that we know we need to reach. So when discussing the relocation, we chose to hold a focus group as well as conducted surveys. Families currently do not see our facility as a permanent home. Many of our students come to us for either behavior or academic remedies, and after remedied, we'll transition on. And we're really looking, and parents are really looking, to be able to provide a facility that offers the traditional amenities of a gymnasium, science labs, independent space, dedicated space, green space of a traditional school, but still be able to have our academic model to be able to meet our students where they're at. So at the end of the relocation process, we'll be able to strongly address the retention concerns. Here are actual numbers on our retention concerns from last year. You can see that we lost 30% of our students last year due to relocation out of our school for a variety of reasons. So our request today is to relocate to 6711 Markham Street with around 180 students in grades 5 through 8. So what we would be doing is relocating our current middle school, which is on University, grades 6 through 8, and then our 5th grade from our primary school campus. So previously we did have 5 through 8 at one campus in our middle school campus, where students in 5th grade were able to receive domain-specific instruction from highly qualified teachers. Due to space constraints, we had to relocate the 5th grade back to the primary school. This move will enable us to bring it back to a 5th through 8. So some of the benefits of the relocation is school pride. What we have seen at our primary school with our beautiful facility is children have been able to participate in activities that the amenities allow. We have gardens and a gardening program for our students. We have a gymnasium. We have an Outs Outreach program. It's enabled us to have cheer, basketball leagues. Those type of things have really increased school pride and enhanced our academic program. We're also looking to be able to attract more highly qualified educational personnel. So currently at our middle school facility, because it's a shared space, our teachers pack up their classrooms every day. People come into the classroom, so they have to lock things up. We're not allowed to put things up on the walls. So we think that this move with dedicated space will allow teachers to really have the ownership of making the classroom their own, and then the students being able to display their work and take pride in that. So this next slide defines Central Little Rock as I-630 to the north, Maine to the east, University to the west, and then Asher to the south. All of the red dots are families, residents, where they live. So that's the majority of our families are from Central Little Rock. This map is a little visual design of our transportation plan. So the current bus ride right now from our primary school to our current middle school on University takes about 11 minutes. The new proposed route from our primary school to the Markham school would take between 12 to 15 minutes, depending if they took the freeway or not. So it's not a large amount of time difference. Ooh, wait, I forgot one thing. Going back. We also, the smaller blue dots are proposed bus stops. So one is at the primary school, one is at the current middle school facility, one is at a location to the west, and the idea is that we'll put stops where there are high concentrations of where our families live to give them easy access to our new middle school. So this is the proposed site. Over the past 2 years, we've searched diligently for a high-quality facility to relocate. As defined by the boundaries before, our current middle school is about 3 blocks outside of those boundaries to the south. The proposed site is about 6 blocks outside of those Central Little Rock boundaries to the north. This was the closest high-quality facility we could find in our target demographic area. So this is a picture of what we would like our science labs to look like in the new facility. Beautiful gymnasium with fully equipped locker rooms. This is our current middle school recreation space. Because we do not have a gymnasium, our students make the best of it and do our recreation outside every day. When we were doing one of our focus groups, one mom was quoted saying she doesn't want her child playing outside on pavement any longer and would love to have a facility for her child to have his recreation space. This is the recreational space at the Markham site. The Markham site is on 4.84 acres of green space. So in addition to the gymnasium, there is still a beautiful outdoor area for children to play. So in conclusion, we respectfully request permission to relocate our new middle school to the newly renovated building. The middle school will continue to make academic gains with our students. We believe that the Markham site, with all of the advantages of a traditional public school, with the green space, science labs, equipped gymnasium, and our academic model, will allow our children to thrive, and it will help us address our retention issue. Thank you very much.
We have 8 additional minutes. Do you have anyone, any of your parents that you would like to speak, or any of your board members?
So they're signed up in public comment. Would you like them to do it now?
We can come back to them later.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone to speak in opposition? If not, Ms. Long, you have 5 additional minutes.
We're good. Thank you.
All right. Then we will move into public comment. We have public comment. You have 3 minutes each. And let me get my timer set. Okay. Monique Robinson. Just so that other people can get ready, I'm going straight down the list. Sean Parker is next, Anita Rogers, Bonnie McCoy, Johnny Patterson, and Cherie Lawson. Ms. Robinson, you're recognized.
Good morning. I am here to request the support of the location change for the school. I have 3 children with Little Rock Preparatory, and Sean Parker is one of them. We love the school. We love that they care about our children. It is a safe environment. I'm also a Little Rock firefighter, so I am very high obtained on keeping safety. Educational-wise, I love it. They care about them. They take time. The classes are smaller, but that's what we love about it. That's all.
Thank you. Sean Parker. Mr. Parker, if you'll grab that microphone and speak directly into it.
Hello, my name is Sean Parker, and I would like to speak on Little Rock Prep. Little Rock Prep has changed my life because when I used to be in a public school, they wasn't helping me as much, but Little Rock Prep has helped me and prepped me to be the student that I am today, and I would like to thank Little Rock Prep for that.
Thank you. You know you're still in a public school.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anita Rogers.
Good morning. I'm Anita Rogers, and I'm the interim principal at the middle school. And I would just like for you all to consider our request for a location move. It's nothing like having your own, and I really believe our children deserve the amenities that the new school offered that we do not currently have. And I also believe that our teachers go above and beyond, and because it is a shared space, we do have to be out of our classrooms by a certain time. So having that request will help us greatly. Thank you.
Bonnie McCoy.
Hello, my name is Bonnie McCoy. First off, I just wanted to say that Little Rock Preparatory Academy is a really great school. I don't remember how I came across it, but I'm glad I did. But I want to talk about one of the programs they offer, the Learning Pass program. My son has been in it for a couple years, and that program is nothing like anything I've ever seen. It is like, I'm so glad that he got selected to be a part of it. He goes to different areas of the city. They take him to different
places, Dunbar Gardens, and to the golf course. And that's some things that I myself would never get a chance to do. You know, take my son to go play golf. I would never think about that. But they did, and he loves it. He loves it. Different things like that, the Innovative Hub. I don't know what that is, but they do, and now he does, and he talks to me about it all the time. So that is a really great program. I'm so glad that he was able to go to that school to get qualified to be in that program. And I hope that when we move, you know, that they bring that program over and it stays until forever, because it's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny Patterson.
Good morning. My name is Johnny Patterson. Let me start off with my first thing, my daughter. She was in the public school. So we had to move her because we was up there every day just about. We put it in LRPA. Her grades went up now. She back in the public school right now. She making like A's and B's. Okay, the second person I'd like to talk about is my son. My son has a disability. And when he first came in to the LRPA, he was away from everybody. Nobody could touch him, nothing like that. He's integrated into the classes. He does things that we didn't expect for him to do. Even when they have little dances now, he can go to the dance. That's not Brian. Brian was the type of guy that he didn't want no one to touch. He me to some extent. He has I can't think the name of it now, but anyway, he has a disability. And sometimes people with disability need other things besides the public. I'm not down in public school because I had 3 daughters to graduate from public school, okay? But some people it's not good for the public school. Public school is not good for some folks. And I think my son is right. And he always said, a child on left behind, not to be left behind, he would be left behind if it wasn't for LRPA. And I am so glad that we found LRPA, and he participates in everything. He used to participate in anything, nothing, but now he does. So thank God for LRPA.
Thank you. Cherie Lawson.
Hello, I'm Cherie Lawson, the Little Rock Preparatory Paths Organization President, and I just want to say in conclusion, we ask you to bid it not robbery to afford our children the opportunities that come with this campus. Everything that comes with the campus is everything that we've ever dreamed of. All the way from day one, I've been there, and we've graduated slowly, and the campus that we have now is a nice campus, but again, it's not our own. And so we feel like we deserve to have our own campus in order for our children to be a little bit more well-rounded and have a better chance at success. Although they are on the right path, the teachers are amazing, everything, all the programs that are in place are amazing, but this campus will contribute to a well-rounded individual in order to contribute to their success. Thank you.
Iris Bonilla. Is that close? Am I? If you'll grab the microphone and get it right to your mouth and correct my pronunciation of your name.
Iris Bonilla.
Thank you.
Porque mi inglés es muy pobre, voy a pedir que me ayuden a traducir.
She said because her English is not that great, she's requested a translator. Are you okay by translating?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you'll speak into the microphone.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
and it's not just for us, it's for the viewing audience. If you're not speaking in the microphone, they can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
El año pasado mi hijo Rex Alexander hizo una carta para el Mr. Lincoln.
Last year, her son Alexander made a letter or created a letter for Mr. Lindquist,
Pidiendo que se hiciera un club de fútbol en la escuela.
he requested that a football team be created for the school.
Él pidió a muchos de sus compañeros que firmaran y que se hiciera el grupo. Miss McMahon lo estaba apoyando.
He rounded up all his schoolmates to sign a petition, and that also the former principal, Mrs. McMahon, was also supporting him in the effort.
Y sí se pudo hacer el equipo. Y estuvieron jugando por mucho tiempo en el parqueo de la escuela. Y si ustedes se dan cuenta en la foto que la señorita enseñó,
And the team did get created, and they were playing and at the school, and they were playing in the parking lot in the picture that you all just saw a little bit ago.
ellos pueden jugar ahí, pero el lugar es muy pequeño y aparte de eso, apenas tiran la pelota una vez y la pelota se va para la calle.
I just want to correct one thing. She said football. I meant soccer. Sorry, it just dawned on me. My apologies. Anyways, and she said that they did play, and they played, they liked playing there, but they just kicked the ball one time really hard, and it would go into the street.
Entonces, los maestros tienen que haber 2 o 3 maestros ahí que tengan que estar corriendo y yendo a traer la pelota a cada ratito.
So then what happens at that point is that teachers are running after the soccer ball, obviously, and having to come retrieve it every single time that it goes on the street.
Para que los niños no tengan que cruzarse la calle y poder atraer las pelotas. Por eso es de que yo les pido, por favor, les suplico que nos den la oportunidad de que los niños puedan tener ese nuevo building.
So the teachers did that so that the children wouldn't have to go into the street to retrieve the ball, obviously, themselves. So what she's asking and pleading with y'all to please let us move to this new building to give the kids this green space to be able to play their soccer.
Quizá seamos minorías, African Americans, Hispanics, pero no importa de dónde nosotros vengamos, nosotros también merecemos que nuestros hijos puedan tener una buena educación, por favor.
She says, we are also Hispanics and African Americans, we are a minority, and we feel that we deserve also a good education. So she's asking you all, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rhonda Murata. I'm not even close, but help me.
Mi nombre es Brenda Miranda y voy
You're going to have to get really close to the microphone.
Okay. Mi nombre es Brenda Miranda y voy a necesitar la traducción de la señorita porque mi inglés es muy básico.
So she said her name is Brenda Miranda, and she's asking for a translator because her English is basic.
Absolutely.
Mi experiencia en la Little Rock Preparatory Academy es a base de que somos como una familia. Los maestros se preocupan por nuestros hijos y todos se conocen ahí. Yo les pido que por favor consideren la oportunidad del nuevo building para nuestros hijos porque ellos necesitan un mejor building para ellos.
I hope I remember. She says her past experience with the Little Rock Prep is that she feels like a family there, and she's asking that that the request to move to a new building be granted by the panel.
Mi hijo, su nombre es Charlie Cristán. Él entró a esta escuela y era muy penoso y tenía miedo cuando hacía los exámenes porque se sentía un poco inseguro.
So her son Charlie, when he entered the school, he was really shy, and he also was very nervous when he took the test exams because he didn't feel comfortable enough to do well.
A la señorita Miss Anita Rogers le ha ayudado bastante y ahora mi hijo es un buen estudiante, tiene buenos grados y estoy muy contenta por ellos.
She said that Principal Anita Rogers has really helped him, and that he has now improved on his grades, and that she's very happy with the school and everything that they've done for him.
So, por eso yo les Suplico, les pido por favor que nos den la oportunidad de tener ese nuevo building para nuestros hijos.
And that's why she's asking you and pleading with you all to give them the opportunity to move into this new building for the students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me check my list. Okay, that's everyone I have signed up for public comment. Ms. Long, do you know of any others? No, ma'am. Okay. All right. I have a quick question, and then we'll get started going around the panel. Is anyone else occupying the building except for you, this new building?
Not currently, no.
Panel members, questions? Dr. Gocher?
Thank you, Superintendent Long, and I'm overwhelmed by your participation of your supportive parents, and I'm sure the students would like this to go about 3 more hours. But sadly, students, as wonderful a job as as you did, as well as your principal's administrative support, I have a feeling this might go very quickly. My concern is only some fiscal concerns, and I always defer to my colleague, Mr. Rogers, for some of these, but and maybe Mr. Teague might be able to answer. Did I say that correctly? Dennis Teague? Yes. Just the fiscal impact moving from the one campus to the next campus. I'm taking a look at the operating budget. Is there any concern at this point of what kind of impact that would create? I don't see a 15-16 budget, so I'm not sure what the rent or the arrangement you had with that facility. And while I'm in favor of many aspects of this, the fiscal impact is important. So maybe someone could address that for me, please.
It's actually a really easy answer.
Good.
We've been very fortunate that the lease is structured based on an 11% of our enrollment. So it's actually cheaper.
Actually cheaper. Good. And was there a separation? I know just on the contingency budget of 319, what percentage of that is any federal funds that you may receive with your, are there any categoricals that need to be broken up in that? I know that.
Let me get the person in charge of that.
Okay.
I'm going to bring up one of our finance directors. She wasn't sworn in earlier, but if you don't mind swearing her in, she'll be able to respond to your question.
Oh, hang on, I've flipped back to that page.
So just real quick.
If you'll state your name, please.
Oh, the other, not him. Yeah.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So just to answer the original question about the affordability.
And your name, sir?
My name is Dennis Teed, the Chief Operating Officer. So currently we're paying 15.8% of revenues at the current location. To move to the new location, it's going to be 11% of enrollment revenue. What it basically pans out to be is currently we're occupying 13,000 square feet for our classrooms. We'd be moving into a space where we'd be occupying 18,900 square feet. And then additionally, there'd be shared space of about 16,000 square feet. So that would be the auditorium, the gymnasium. It would be kind of the common spaces that would be shared.
I'm hearing multiple win-wins in this move. Okay.
Okay, could you repeat the question about the categorical funds?
Yes, just, I didn't see a differentiation, and maybe I missed it in just the proposed draft, but of the 319 proposed total fund equity contingency balance, is there how much of that is anticipated carryover or some of the special needs funds, title funds, whatever that the school may receive in terms of federal revenue?
Oh, the federal revenues were not included in what you saw. Okay. Let me go down here. Our federal revenues for the projected year in 16-17 are $875,000. So that includes our child nutrition reimbursements. Title I is estimated at $188,000.
Is that answering your question?
It does, yes.
Okay.
Those are fine numbers, thanks. Yeah, they are because of the, okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Rogers, you're recognized.
Since we're talking about revenues, how much E-rate have you received this year?
This year, we have not received any of our E-rate funds from our vendor yet. They're still working out the details.
How much is that?
It should be around 5,100, I believe.
5,100?
Mm-hmm.
But your budget for next year is 25,000?
Correct. With the new implementation of the technology at the new facility.
How quickly has your E-rate funds been coming in?
The turnaround from, I can't really answer that.
Because ours are coming slow too, so that's a concern of mine.
Right.
When you put $25,000 on here for your budget,
Correct.
that's a pretty big concern.
I
So-
tend to like to leave it out in my cash flow projections, though, so that it's not, included in our cash flow.
Keep going. On the second page of the budget that you sent in, it was showing a loan repayment of $108,000 under facilities, but then earlier up under service supplies, I think you had said that it was postponed repayment of that of $128,000 loans.
That is correct.
First of all, what are those two loans for? Because the one under facilities said a cash flow loan, and who is that loan with, and what are the terms on that?
From the CMO. Go ahead.
Christian Yarberry, Executive Director of Exalt Education. The $128,000 is for the management service fee that Little Rock Prep pays for the support of
So
the
that's
school.
that Exalt fee that I love so much.
Yes, sir.
And what is the 108 one for?
It's a self-help loan that we use for renovating the facility.
Self-help loan.
Mhm. So that's actually for the primary school at Trinity when they renovated the facility there for us to start teaching our students at the
So
campus.
who is the loan? Is that another loan that Little Rock Prep got from Exalt?
It's through self-help. It's not through Exalt.
Yeah, explain self-help. Ask for clarity of self-help. I'm not sure what that's.
Yeah, the self-help loan.
It's a separate loan that we gained before that was used to renovate three of the buildings that we're utilizing at the Trinity School for our Little Rock Prep primary school. So that loan is separate from Exalt, and that's what we use to renovate the facilities there.
So it wasn't a loan through Exalt. It was from an outside source, not
Correct.
Exalt.
Correct.
Which is why you can't write that one off, I'm assuming.
Correct.
I guess you want me to keep on going with them? The email that I got from you yesterday
Yes,
about
sir.
the EBD payments,
Mhm.
was that the total EBD payments, or was that just the Minnesota life insurance that we talked about?
We didn't have any Minnesota Life when we looked in there. That's the total that we owe dating back to 2013 based on the email. And so we have a printout that I have also that I can share with you that we have of all the EBD payments that we owed, and it included that $18,000.
Okay, so y'all, the whole 18,000.
That should be taken care of. Yes, sir.
The other, going down on the budget some more, you're showing projected surplus for this year of $131,000, or, I'm sorry, $79,902 for this year?
Correct. Yes, sir.
What's changed? This isn't using another loan from Exalt, is it?
No,
'Cause
so-
on your projected balance right now, I'm showing it's a negative 71,000. And so you're talking 140 turnaround.
So we received some additional growth funding this year that was not included, that we will be utilizing as obviously a surplus, making sure that we pay off all of our debts. Speaking
Still,
to
that's-
the legal
How
balance.
much growth have y'all had? Because going from a negative 71,000 to where you're saying you're going to turn over 79 that's a lot of growth.
So referring to the legal balance, there are two administrative positions that are not filled currently. So if you take away those positions, we should end approximately with around $50,000 based on the legal balance.
Okay, so the contract with Exalt covers administrative staff.
It
I
covers
thought.
the principal and the finance director only.
For $500,000.
Well, there's a lot more support that goes with that.
I guess my same issues are the same they've been all along. The cash flows that I'm seeing that I have don't match what I have on paper,
Mhm.
and still have that $500,000 Exalt loan. Do I think it's a good idea to relocate? Probably. I mean, it sounds great. The kids are excited about it, but I have to look at it from a bean counter position. And right now, I still have just concerns about your financial integrity just staying in the building you are in. So I'm really struggling with approving a move when looking on paper, without taking another cash flow loan from Exalt, which bugs me on that because Little Rock Prep still isn't standing on their own yet. And so to take this kind of challenge on before Little Rock Prep is standing on their own concerns me. The other concern that I still have, which when we met with y'all, I told you, is the whole Exalt setup, that nobody in Little Rock Prep has skin in the game. Y'all have outside people with Exalt that actually pay the bills, do the budget, and are in charge of all that. And so, I'm not saying anything I didn't say to y'all that day either, and I'm just saying it in public so you know how serious I was about it. So those are still my concerns. So I guess my question is, how do I quit being concerned?
Mr. Rogers, after your meeting, we met with Complete Consulting, and when stepping into the new superintendent position and looking back at track record, we had discussed the difference between the books at Exalt Academy of Southwest and the books there. We've made some staffing changes. Berdelia Burks was previously at the Exalt Academy of Southwest, that I know that you were pleased with the way that those books looked. We've also had made 2 separate appointments and met with Chris Bell and Complete Consulting to put a layer of oversight into our budgets. So we too, when transitioning in, we're looking at how do we make sure that finances are not an issue for our school, and that's the steps we've taken in the last 30 days.
That's all I have right now.
Any other questions? Ms. Barnes?
Thank you. Excuse me, good morning.
Good morning.
Still yes.
Is it morning?
Thank you all for being here. Thank all of the parents and students who are present today. I just had a couple of questions. I think the chair asked a question about shared space. Anyone sharing the space with you? And the answer was no. So I was trying to determine, does that mean, earlier in the presentation you were discussing the need for space because the teachers cannot leave their items out, students can't post work because everything has to be locked up at the end of the day. So I was taking her question to mean, is the space shared with any other entity?
So the question, I believe, was anyone currently occupying the building? And no, no one is currently occupying the building. The building itself has room for over 500 students. We do not plan on, we're not asking for an enrollment cap. We plan on transitioning the students we currently have. So what my guess is there will be other people locating other parts of the building. However, we will have dedicated space that is not shared in our classrooms. So our classrooms will not be, because the building is so large, our classrooms will not have to be packed up. There will be dedicated space for our students.
Okay, and so I thought she was asking about the current space that you're in.
Oh, I apologize if I misunderstood.
So when I visited the school, I did witness the various components and individuals coming in and out. I believe it's shared with the church.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you know, I heard and I appreciated the statement that we will continue to do regardless of the building that we're in. I did appreciate that because I don't want it to appear that we can't educate children where we are.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can do a better job where we go. So I get and I appreciated the presentation and all that was offered, but of course I will admit that Mr. Rogers' questions give me some pause as well, because don't want you to start something that you can't follow through with. You made a statement earlier about 33%, I believe, of the students relocated, previous students relocated for various reasons. Could you be a little more specific about why students left the school?
We did some survey. We always do surveys and exit interviews of why. Some of them are simply relocation, moving to either out of state or something of that nature. But often our families are saying that they don't feel that our building is offering all the amenities of a traditional school. Sports teams in middle school, arts outreach, science labs, those type of things, and they're looking for a more permanent type home.
I have a couple of other questions, I think, but my colleagues may ask some that will maybe resolve the questions I have in my head. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go around, Ms. Long, I want to come back and clarify the location that you're requesting, 6711 West Markham. You left me a little unclear about the shared space. So I realize that you're moving into a very large space, and the owner of the building may rent the other rooms out for another purpose, and that you might have to share the gym.
That's a possibility. There's nobody else currently leasing the building, but I'm assuming with us paying just a percentage and a small amount. So there's been talks of perhaps in one wing on the other side of the building, a preschool. It would all be for educational purposes.
Okay. Any other questions? Ms. Pepper?
When is your charter renewal date?
Next year, so we're assuming we'll come before you in January or February.
A couple of things that I've considered as I've read through your proposal, and I do think that the learning environment is critical, and the environment where teachers are teaching is critical. So in your presentation, I think you made some very valid points, and I'm supportive of everything. A couple of things that I've thought about, just in terms of looking at academic progress. I know that's an area where you all have put some plans in place to make changes. I do think that the steps you're taking are a good foundation that should support an upward trajectory in student growth and academic growth and achievement. The financial concerns, you will be, if I'm understanding right, you will be saving money with this move. So whatever the larger financial concerns, this would not contribute to that, if I'm understanding correctly.
That's correct.
So I'm taking a lot of that into consideration. I don't know if by January we're going to see enough differences and changes, to really make a lot of different determinations. But I guess I just needed to kind of process some things out loud in terms of what I'm thinking. But I do understand that having the space, I'm just very intrigued by the comments that I've heard over and over from the parents. And intrigued may not be the right word, but what's resonated with me is their comments of the environment, it being a safe, caring place where they feel good about sending their children. And that ought to be the feeling of every parent wherever they send their child. So I do appreciate that. My concern is then that is backed up by the academic progress that will ensure that that parents who feel good about where they're sending their children also know that their children's futures are secure because their children will be prepared for all of the challenges after high school. So anyway, I really want to encourage you all to really look at that academic progress, not just with the NWEA MAP data, but with what are those outcomes for those students who leave Little Rock Preparatory Academy and go on to various high schools. If we have data that we can see about what does their long-term success look like, I think all of that would be very good, and especially if you'll be back in a few months to share.
I do. We have currently over the last 3 years, we track where our students are placed after leaving us in 8th grade. Our board has approved several college prep type programs, whether they be AP tracks, AVID programs, those sorts of things, into the traditional Little Rock public school system. 83% of our children after graduating with us in 8th grade were placed into those college prep tracks. That's something that we're going to continue to work on and is a priority for us.
Dr. Gocher.
One of the most powerful components of a school community is the school culture and climate. And I feel from the first day I stepped into that campus and continued the relationship with you folks as I've visited with you, I continue to be impressed. There's so much more to a student's life than a test score. While that is all very important and a huge priority for Mark Gocher, I do trust my colleague, Greg Rogers, and I just encourage that we continue to stay closely aligned to his concerns, because in order to have a school,
You have to have money.
you got to have a school,
Yeah.
you know.
Yes,
So
yes, sir.
anyway, so I guess that's just more of a comment, Ms. Long, than the question. So.
Thank you.
Dr. Saunders.
Yes, and just to kind of reiterate what I've heard, the proposal would save approximately $20,000 a year. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an approximate estimation on what relocation expenses would be?
So we're looking at less than $10,000 for relocation. We only
Okay.
have 8 classrooms. So with volunteers, we've been talking to the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA. There are a lot of different people in the community that need community service hours. So just, I mean, in a Saturday, Sunday, being able to do it with a U-Haul and a lot of elbow grease and some pizzas, I think we can get it done.
So the only, if I recall, the only item on this amendment is the relocation move, and that would be, from the information you've provided, that would be a positive financial transaction. And,
Yes.
and I think some of the concerns that Mr. Rogers had, I respect those concerns, and I understand it may be through our council. If we have some of the concerns regarding some of the financial issues or practices, do we have alternate routes, such as fiscal distress or renewal, that may go through, if it was to that route?
I mean, you can always call them back in later on. You can require them to report in their renewal. You can choose not to renew in the renewal, and you can always put them on some type of fiscal distress when you bring them back in.
Would the classification on the fiscal distress or the identification, could that occur outside of the charter panel? Okay. I just wanted clarification. Thank you. That's all I had.
Any other questions? Mr. Rogers.
But we've never had a charter school on fiscal distress before. We've never chose to go that with the charter schools. So that's part of my concern is we do academic, but we've never used fiscal distress on any charters before. if it's that bad where it's in a physical distress, it's usually a revocation of the charter. So that's why
Mr. Rogers, would early intervention trigger any kind of action on our part if that was a route that your office chose?
yes, we possibly could do some early intervention. I think that Patty Martin in my office right now works with a lot of the charter schools on finance stuff. So we kind of already are doing that, and we have been having discussions with them on that.
Ms. Long, I have 2 points to discuss with you. One is, have you reached out to the Little Rock School District for any collaboration?
Our previous successor, Mr. Lindquist, had reached out to the superintendent with no response back on several occasions. I myself, in my tenure, or our colleagues have not. We have collaborated with local schools and neighbors, principals of local schools, discussing professional development opportunities, inviting them to our professional development, which looks like it may happen actually this summer. So on a different level, on a lower level down, absolutely. And we would welcome that collaboration.
Continue to reach out.
Thank you.
And my final statement is communication is very important.
Yes, ma'am.
And just a reminder that it is a public charter school.
Yes, ma'am.
Public being the key word.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other, Mr. Lester?
Yes, we had a previous conversation, as we do with all the public schools, regarding your Title I funds and your 1003A funds. You have contacted our office on that we discussed.
Yes, we have. We've submitted the application with all of the supporting documentation.
Okay, thank you.
And awaiting our check.
Any other? Ms. Davis, are there any remaining issues regarding the requested amendment? Then, if there are no further questions or comments, I'll accept a motion.
I make a motion to approve the amendment.
A motion's been made by Dr. Saunders and seconded by Dr. Gocher to approve the amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
One no from Ms. Barnes and a no from Mr. Rogers. 5-2, motion carries. If you'll give us just a moment for comment. Ms. Barnes?
I voted not, I did not vote in favor of the motion due to the fact that I have the same academic and fiscal issues and concerns that remain from our February 18th review that resulted in taking no action. That decision was made so that time would be allowed for sustainability and to demonstrate whether or not this charter was moving in the right direction. So I just feel that I need to stay true to the year that is necessary for the renewal review.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the amendment to approve. Many concerns with fiscal integrity remain, but the relocation is good for students and will provide a solid academic environment and a strong cultural advantage that I feel is conducive to student learning.
Mr. Lester?
This move allows for a single, permanent, and better equipped facility. There are still concerns for their fiscal stability, but I believe that they are going to be following that very closely.
Ms. Lewo?
I voted for. I think the location change is in the best interest of the students. While there are larger financial concerns, it appears that the location change will save money and not add to those financial concerns.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted for the amendment. The relocation will provide an opportunity for a better learning space for students and teachers. I would encourage the school to focus on fiscal issues and academic progress prior to the renewal application process.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted against the motion. I still have physical concerns that I still believe are still there, and I think before taking on additional challenges that will accompany with any move, that I'd like to see Little Rock Prep in better physical and academic standing. And also with a full review coming up, I would rather have held this issue and moving forward with the relocation at this time.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted in favor of the motion. I felt that the information provided showed a positive academic benefit and financial impact for the relocation.
Thank you, Ms. Long.
Thank you. I appreciate all your time.
Panel? I've had a request for 5 minutes. Is that good for everyone? All right, a 5-minute break.
Yeah, sorry. Oh. She worked 37 years for Classic High School. She's one of my parapros for 7 years.
Thank you. If we could reconvene. Action item 4, request for district conversion charter school amendments for the Mountain Home High School Career Academies. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On February 10, 2003, the State Board of Education approved the district conversion charter application for the Mountain Home High School Career Academies. The State Board approved a 4-year renewal of the charter in February of 2006 and a 5-year renewal in March of 2010. The Charter Authorizing Panel approved a 5-year renewal of the charter in February of 2015. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,600. Representatives of Mountain Home High School are appearing before the panel to request amendments to the current charter. They're requesting waivers, additional waivers. Would you like to be reminded of the procedures?
Yes, please.
All right.
The procedures for this amendment are going to be that all persons wishing to provide testimony, with the exception of attorneys, will need to be sworn in. The charter school will have 20 minutes to present its case for its amendment, followed by 20 minutes collectively for any opposition that there may be. The charter school will then have an additional 5 minutes to respond to opposition. You may ask questions of the applicant or of anyone else that you feel has information that you need to make a decision. You can make a decision today, at which point you have a Google Doc that you will be entering in all of your reasons for your vote. If you want to take it under advisement, you can do so and vote at the next meeting.
If all of the parties that are here, representatives from Mountain Home High School Career Academies, and anyone speaking in opposition, will please stand to receive the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Superintendent Long to begin the amendment request for Mountain Home.
My name is Jake Long. I'm the superintendent of Mountain Home Public Schools.
Dr. Long, if you'll bring that microphone up. Thank you.
My apologies. Want to thank the Charter Authorizing Board for panel for hearing us today. Also thank the Commissioner and the Department for all the support of Mountain Home Public Schools. And also want to thank Dr. Brown for putting together the presentation that we have for you today. The presentation does include a link to the department's video of our school that was conducted, and I don't want to waste your all's time if everybody has seen it that's on the panel, but if you have not seen it, we can play it.
I think most of us have seen it.
Yes.
So we'll move right on through it. What we're requesting is requesting waivers as listed above. I have to say I want to thank the legal department, ADE, and Ms. Boyd for helping us through this process. They've been nothing but tremendous in letting us know what we needed to be asking for and accomplishing what we want to accomplish, so I appreciate them doing that. We feel that the rationale behind these waivers, our responsibility, is to design an educational system that fits our students and not necessarily force our students into what our educational system has looked like. In October, we embarked on a strategic planning initiative, and then there was much interest in the expansion of our virtual Arkansas offerings as provided by the State Department. And then recently, we were at a couple trainings, and some of the flexibility within the virtual Arkansas courses, we were made aware of them, and certainly think that we would have the students that would be interested in participating in that. Also, we feel that it could help us increase some of our graduation rates, assist in some of our most at-risk students, and then help us putting a learning environment together that will not be foreign to our students as they enter into post-secondary institutions. A big part of the success of this waiver waiver will be through the use of technology, Virtual Arkansas initially, and then we'll build it into, expand it into Google and Google Classroom. We have built our master schedule, offering our students 2 different types of virtual learning opportunities, content specific, and then also the Learning Lab type classroom. And so our application for these courses would be thorough enough to understand what the students' real needs were and why they would be needing that type of learning environment, but also flexible enough to not for it to not be a barrier for our students. We also think that having these flex-paced courses through Virtual Arkansas would allow for greater internships opportunities, also utilizing our ASU Mountain Home Technical Center, and then also maybe even concurrent credits through ASU Mountain Home. Pretty simple budget. We budgeted everything that's presented to you is based on approximate 50 students that we think might take advantage of this, and the $2,500 membership fee through Virtual Arkansas. The next line item there is based on 50 students at $25 a course, and then you got the textbook options equaling $7,000, which is a less than right at 1% of our high school overall budget. What questions do you have?
Is there anyone to speak in opposition? Any additional comments, Dr. Long, before we begin our questioning? Panel, questions?
Clarification, your high school is at 912 or 1012?
It is a 10-12 high school, but our 9-12 is the LEA.
Okay.
So this would also be available to our 9th grade students who are technically at the junior high building.
Other questions? Well, I'll ask one while we're waiting. I was so happy to see a strategic plan, because anyone that knows me knows I like a plan. So in your strategic plan, will you have measurements to see if the waivers are working for you, if they're effective?
Yeah, we'll set some growth goals at every one of our initiatives within our strategic plan will have a measurable objective with them. But this one specific within the Virtual Arkansas, we'll set some growth goals based on where we are now, and then also the students that enroll in this. So absolutely.
Dr. Saunders?
Okay, so if I'm looking at the requested waivers, it wouldn't be just for students to be able to progress perhaps at an accelerated rate or at their own pace, but would also include the amount of time within the school day for 9th graders all the way down to 9th grade, correct?
Yes, sir.
So can you just give me a better example? I'm not clearly understanding what would be an example of a 9th grader not needing to go to school for the 360 minutes.
If a student, say we get a student in from some sort of institution and that doesn't have any transfer grades that come in, that might be one example. Also, say we get a student that is able to, wants to accelerate their learning and take care of some of the base courses to project them for those internships at the back end of their education, and they can go through a Virtual Arkansas class in, say, 9, 10, 12 weeks, whatever their flex pace may be, and then they could start their next course, so that, you know, our structure is not holding them back, but they're able to work on a level in which they're able to achieve on.
I understand that, and I think that's the self-paced, but I think my question more specifically would be, and let me just throw out a scenario.
Sure.
When would a ninth, what would be the reason, if I understand these waivers in conjunction with one another, what would be an example of a ninth grader only going to school for, say, half of the day? Because this would allow that, if I'm understanding it correctly.
I'm not sure I have anything at the top of my. This is Dr. Brown.
Hi, I'm Dr. Dana Brown. I think one of the things that you could look at is in some of our 504 plans, you have an adjusted schedule to where it kind of waives their attendance. So that might be something that we could look at, having our students work at a flex paced in that particular program. So I think it would really, in the request, we said we would kind of look at each student case by case to see if this actual curriculum would fit with their needs. So I think that we would really need to look at each student to see what is the reason that you're asking to do this, what is the rationale behind it, because some of the things like Dr. Long had mentioned, we have seen some students that have gone to facilities or institutions throughout the state for, you know, various situations, and then they come back and they're at a disadvantage. Some of them cannot actually transition back into the public school, so they need, you know, a little bit more school-based mental health opportunities or things like that. So we thought that that could be another opportunity for some of those type of students. So I think it kind of spans the width of every student and really meeting that personalized needs of whatever that student is. But again, I think we would look at it as they really would have to give us the reason why they would need that service.
Okay, and I totally support and understand the idea of the possibility, if you have the infrastructure and the systems in place on the waiver of the Carnegie units, and for a student to pace at whatever they need. But I'm still having a tough time trying to grasp, especially in particular with freshman and sophomore year, on why there would not be a requirement for them to attend a full day of school. Perhaps I'm missing it and you said that, so if you could clarify that for me.
The only thing that, I mean, and even we could adjust.
Dr. Brown, if you will get it right up on that
Right up
microphone.
on it, okay.
Thank you.
What we could even do, yes, our charter does include grades 9 through 12. And what we could do would be to project it in our, as a growth goal, to maybe expand down to 9th grade, but we could focus more on the 10 through 12 aspect in order to push this particular waiver through. And whenever we renew our charter, that could be one of our growth goals that we could present, because if the concern is for the 9th grade student, then that could be something that we look at a little bit differently. So again, I would think that we would kind of go back to what our original proposal was, a case-by-case basis, and really, since, you know, take the direction that you're asking us to take, to really focus on what does that 9th grade look like, then we could take your direction and really build that into a growth goal to see, again, case by case, and then build that data to show you exactly what we would need whenever we came back to renew the charter.
I understand that, but I want to clarify, it's not necessarily my direction. I'm just asking for some understanding, because we're asking for a waiver from the minimum amount of minutes within a school day for students all the way down to 9th grade. So I'm just asking for, when would that be exercised and for the benefit of the student, to give an example. So that's all I'm looking for, and I haven't heard it yet. Maybe
I think even, you know, you could even look at homebound. You could even look at including enrollment of homeschool students within our area. So that could be another opportunity that they could take advantage of. So maybe a different population that we could reach with this particular waiver. Because again, with your homebound students, there's some different requirements that would require them to not participate in a full day's activity of instruction. And so I think that would be two examples that we could utilize to address the 9th grade issue. And again, it would be case by case. So not saying that every 9th grade student would actually be, you know, would need this particular deal. There may be some students that want to graduate early, and so they may want to do something different. So that might be something that looks different as well. So I'm really thinking homebound and the homeschool, that might be two really good examples of what you're asking for, to where their day may look a little bit different.
And that is what I'm asking for. And I guess I'm asking for, when would that be applied? Would it just be applied to homebound and students that were previously enrolled in homeschool, or would that be available for all students? What that would look like? Would it look like only for those students that are enrolled in internship programs where that is outside of the school and in the local industry? I'm just looking for examples for how these waivers would be applied.
Sure. I firmly believe, Dr. Saunders, that the best learning environment that we can put our kids in is in front of a teacher in which they have a relationship with. And I'll stand by that as long as I can. But I think that we do have a small percentage of students that might be able, that we may be holding back or not, giving them every opportunity that we would have through that requirement, which is why you have it today. I don't have any specific examples, for you. I don't know, other than those possible options that we presented. But if your concern is that, we're going to automatically, start, not having our kids show up, throughout the day, that goes against every fiber of my belief, as far as the best way to educate kids.
Could I ask a question? Would this apply in a case where you might have ninth graders attending courses at your local community college? Would they potentially leave campus and attend courses at the technical college? Is that a situation? I'm trying to help with Dr. Saunders' questions.
Currently, we actually do have some ninth grade students that do participate in a blended learning situation where they will spend some of their time at the campus, but then they do have some opportunities for them to do online stuff. So I think that would be an excellent option, and the availability would be there for them to take some of those particular classes.
And I think just in some of the recent proposals for schools of innovation or charters, one of the things that we've looked at when we start talking about the accelerated learning and students moving through the system at different paces, and just thinking through any unintended consequences, just plans for students who may actually complete ninth grade within the first 9 weeks of ninth grade and move to 10th grade technically, and how will that be tracked? How will that be considered? And I always just try to think in terms of what might the impact might be for accountability. And I know Ms. Barnes is thinking through that as well, because do you take a ninth grade assessment for state assessments? Do you take a 10th grade assessment? And I know some of those things box us back into the mold we're trying to break out of. But those are always just things that go through my mind, so that we're not setting schools up for unintended consequences down the road. So I don't know if you need to comment on that, but that I think before she does, something that might be good, because we, moving students through and having such different situations, because we want to be supportive of that, every child getting what they need, and knowing that student, that time really doesn't need to be the constant. It needs to be the variable in learning. If we could maybe at the end of next year just have a summary report provided to us, a written report, where we just get an idea of this is how it did impact our ninth grade students this year, which is very different, because I think we're all more comfortable with flexible schedules for juniors and seniors. But for ninth graders, it can be different, just because a lot of times they don't have the transportation. And so it might be helpful for us to learn from what you all have learned, and it might be some good best practice guidance for other schools if you all would be amenable to providing us, maybe at the beginning of June of next year, just what you learned from your ninth grade, getting this flexibility. Would that, Dr. Saunders, be helpful in the future?
I think that would be helpful. I think I'm still a little unclear on. I understand the waiver for seat time. I understand the waiver on some of this to allow a child to continue to progress, but I'm not sure, especially in the younger ages, how the waiver of the school day is necessary to allow that to happen. If it is limited to just 504 students or homebound students or previously homeschooled, that's just what I'm curious to get asked. But I'm just not seeing how it's necessary for a general population to waive the general school day. So maybe you can address that to help me understand it better. It could just be my lack of understanding.
Are you talking?
I don't-
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to be clear. I'm listening to the whole conversation. So you're, Dr. Saunders, are you asking about the school day or the mandatory attendance for grades 9 through 12?
Combination of both.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I kind of thought you might be, but I heard
Yeah.
you say school day, so I wanted to double check on that. One thing while you're gathering your thoughts there, accountability came up, and yeah, it's constantly on my mind. However, we are in the world of waivers now, and so that's part of what we are doing as a collaborative group, stakeholders, everyone. We're going to have to look at accountability differently. So I get that, and that's why I don't always show what's happening on the inside, on the outside, when someone starts to talk about various ways of educating students, because we're at that particular point in our world. Education looks differently. Now, with respect to the concerns I think that Dr. Saunders is raising, I think there's always the potential of getting relaxed and not being aware sometimes that while it looks like a really great thing for all students, some students may suffer by the accelerated possibilities of rushing through and not fully prepared once it's done. So I think what I'm hearing is a little bit of angst with respect to what are the proposals to maintain the integrity of the intent of this waiver as it reaches to the lower grades. But with respect to grades 9, 12, mandatory attendance, it reaches those grades, which says that they have to attend for at least 350 minutes a day, and we know a school day is 360. So I'm not as anxious about that, but I will say that the examples that were given, it almost negates the waiver in my mind when you start to talk about restricting it to certain populations. So that's, I mean, I think I'm just really talking out loud to hear myself so that I can coordinate my thoughts because I hear all of the concerns. But a 912 waiver is for 912 and things of that nature. And you've stated some of the reasons that you could see it happening, but I could see a modified school day happening anyway for homebound students. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? So anyway.
Same thing for 504.
Yes, sir. And so that's why I was thinking, well, I needed to hear something different than those things because that's already a reality. But I do understand, and I think I heard why, and I understand the need. So, Dr. Saunders, I was just shedding a little light on the school day 9-12 piece.
You know, whenever we we went to a training for Virtual Arkansas, and this is where our wheels started turning with the opportunity to provide our students with that flexed paced learning. And it was our understanding that other schools in the state of Arkansas are requesting the seat waivers and utilizing this particular curriculum. And so I could just see that you could have, I could see where your concern is for 9th grade. And again, I think we do take it case by case. Those were just a couple of examples that we had talked about where we've actually seen an impact on students, where a student didn't qualify for 504, where a student didn't, they needed that little bit of extra help. We had some students with medical conditions that didn't qualify for a 504, that they needed that extra help. They needed a curriculum that was paced for them. And so, you know, with us being attached to another state agency, I think that that also has validity to what it is that we're wanting to do, because there are going to be accountability measures built in with them as well, because of, you know, what we're asking and following the curriculum, making sure that we're following, you know, making sure that we have the right highly qualified teachers and everything. And so we wanted to make sure that we're doing it correctly and providing more opportunities for our students. So that was really what our goal is with this particular piece. 9th grade, again, with our rationale, thinking that we could take it case by case, and that's kind of the rationale why we're actually here, is because, you know, we did look at partnering with Virtual Arkansas, as other schools, from our understanding, are doing the same thing.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you've also had some students that were doing some professional singing and some professional sports that this might apply to.
Yes. We do actually have one student who is pursuing a music career, and we also do have another student who is in the pageant circuit. And so those would have been two really very beneficial to them versus them going homeschool. We could have provided that opportunity for them and could have helped them as well. So yeah, there's some really different situations out there. And, you know, personally, I haven't experienced the 9th grade issue. So I'm looking at the totality of what our population is, and maybe there is a student in 9th grade that will pursue the same music career or whatever. You know, there are different circumstances, but again, being affiliated with that other agency, I think that does lend itself with some accountability as well.
Any additional questions or comments?
I do.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, and I think on that same topic, and I want to clarify, and I want to make sure that on a self-paced, you know, if a child is self-paced and they're progressing throughout the curriculum, I think that that's key. I think that's very important, and that flexibility is needed. And I want to make sure that if the child is able to do that in a shorter amount of time, that their instructional time is not cut from what it previously was, because then it would no longer be providing more opportunities. It would just be providing the same opportunities in a different amount of time. And so that was what my concern was, and that's where I was going with that. I understand the need and the flexibility on those particular cases that you mentioned, and I would be interested to see how that would be applied. In particular, just the number of students whose instructional time was waived from the 360, how that was applied. That would be my concern, because I'd think that if a child progresses at a faster rate, that additional time could be used to supplement their education in other areas, not just no longer in an educational environment. That's what my concern was.
Or even, you know, some of those workplace type learning, exploratory. We've had conversations with very, very interested in the concept of intergenerational learning, especially with the population of Mountain Home. We've got people that move into our community that have these unbelievable backgrounds and job type experiences that I've discovered we're not taking full advantage of. And you take a 9th grade student that have finished their core content area or whatever the class is, and then we're able to get them in touch with a nuclear engineer that is retired, or that's just an example. I think it opens up that window for those job exploration, especially at the 9th grade. I totally get where you guys are coming from. None of us have been there either, and but we're just trying to see how we can push open some doors.
Okay.
And Dr. Long, you were agreeable to the written summary report for June
Oh,
2017?
yeah, absolutely.
I have a separate follow-up question.
All right. Dr. Saunders?
Just question on the waiver from the planned instructional time. Could you just expand on that a little bit for me? And
What I think what we would do is, for this first year specifically, we really would work very closely with Virtual Arkansas to see what would that look like for FlexPace and really kind of take note with what their direction is. Again, this is a new venture that we are looking at, and we would go to them for their expertise as to what the planning day would look like. We are looking at, within our master schedule, building in certified teachers, not just a classified facilitator as they have required. So there is a certified teacher partnered with every Virtual Arkansas piece that we would be working with. And so I think that we would have to take the guidance of Virtual Arkansas to see what does that planning time look like. That was one of the things that was recommended to us to ask for. So there's a rationale for that. But, and again, I'm going to have to go with them and their instruction for this first year, and then, you know, maybe again within our summary that we provide you, if this is approved, then we can also show where our growth goals are at concerning that planning time as well.
okay, and just a clarification on that, and it may be my confusion. Is that addressing the teacher's planning time?
That would be working with the teacher that is, like in Hot Springs, that is employed by Virtual Arkansas. That would be working with our teacher that is the facilitator, and that'd be working with our students to see what does the lesson look like and what is the direction that they're going in.
So that does not affect the teacher's planning time, or it does affect the teacher's planning time?
That currently they have a 90-minute prep period already built in, so they would use that particular time to work with the Virtual Arkansas. So I'm not waiving planning time to where as teachers are not going to be allowed planning time, if that's what your question is going to. Absolutely not. Teachers, we work on a block schedule. We're on an AB block. We do 90 minutes, and they have a 90-minute prep period every day.
Any additional questions or comments? Ms. Davis?
I don't have any other comments, but I just wanted to clarify that that is not, the planned instructional day is only the actual classroom time, not having to do with teacher.
And while you're there, Ms. Davis, are there any remaining issues regarding these waivers?
Nope.
Any additional questions or comments from the panel? Then I'll accept a motion.
I move to approve the amendment.
Second.
And the motion has been made by Ms. Pfeffer to approve the waiver request, seconded by Dr. Gocher. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. If you'll wait just a moment, we'll give you, we'll read our written comments. Ms. Barnes?
Yes, ma'am. I voted in favor of the motion because I believe the waivers complement the current instructional program and allow for a more realistic actualization of the flexibility in the existing approved charter.
Dr. Gocher?
I too approved, or voted for the motion to approve. I do believe seat time waivers allow for increased flexibility for teachers and students. I do not see any issues supporting these waivers, and it falls in line with our practice in the past as well as support from State Board of Education.
Ms. Lee Wu?
I voted for. I didn't have any concerns.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I'm in favor of the amendment request. I believe that it aligns with the already approved charter and will provide the flexibility needed for students. I'm also comfortable that the district agreed to provide us with data regarding the implementation of this flexible attendance and instructional time for the 9th grade students.
Mr. Rogers?
Not really concerned. It allows for the flexibility for the students learning.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted in favor. I thought flexibilities need to accommodate for the needs of the individual students.
Congratulations. Just a quick note, the commissioner is out going across the state. He and our deputy commissioner are talking about the ADE vision for excellence in education, and the vision is to focus on student-centered, student-focused learning systems. And so we're eager to get your feedback, this data that you're going to report to us, because that's exactly the feedback we need from schools that are willing to take a chance and see how it could look for kids, not the way it has to look currently. So congratulations. We will move quickly into action item 5. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 5 is a request for district conversion charter school amendments to the Springdale School of Innovation. On November 19, 2015, the Charter Authorizing Panel approved the district conversion charter application for Springdale School of Innovation. The school is approved to serve students in grades K through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 2,000. Representatives of the Springdale School of Innovation are appearing before the panel to request amendments to the current charter. Their amendment request includes working with the outside vendors to secure curriculum programming. Would you like to be reminded of the procedures?
No, I think Dr. Witonsky heard those previously, didn't you? If all of the representatives from the Springdale School of Innovation and anyone speaking in opposition would stand to receive the oath, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Madam Chair, we have Dr. Megan Witonsky, who's the Associate Superintendent of Springdale School District, to start their request.
Good afternoon. I know the panel is ready for lunch probably, so I will try to keep my comments brief to give you the information that you need to make the decision that you can. I'm Megan Witonsky, Associate Superintendent, Springdale School District, and there's a white paper that I've given you just as an overview to kind of give you an idea of what we are seeking and why we are seeking it, which is a great problem to have. I'm going to take you real quickly to our website so that you can be aware of where this is located. If you look at the screen behind you, beside you, or above you, this is our mainframe page of our website. And the thing that I found from sitting in the chair of what your role is as state leaders is that we do not share curriculum like we should. And if we do and have created it, we lock it down and we don't share it. So it's password protected. So I'm going to show you where this is located, and the reason that I think it's important for us to know that this is here is we have received a Race to the Top grant through the U.S. Department of Education, and one of our charges with that grant was to create curriculum. And then beyond that, we started a journey with the innovation process with the laws that were passed 2 years ago, beginning with the inception of the School of Innovation, to try to create curriculum units that were comprehensive, and those are integrated and they're deep and they're rich and all of those great things. The good news is with that grant we were able to hire 20 different writers, the best of the best teachers in Springdale School District that could come forward to help us write what that curriculum looks like, to include all of the diverse components that are required of a good, rich curriculum. From that, we have had them writing like crazy, which is great. The interesting part, though, and what I stood before you and told you in November, is that we will absolutely be ready in August for these kids and for all of the components. But I will tell you, School of Innovation is already up and going. We have students who are going through the curriculum path as we speak. The thing that we did not anticipate is those 20 adults are being outpaced by 8th grade students. And so we can truly not create it as fast as they are needing to access it. And so instead of turning to a child and saying, like, you got to slow down, we want to say, let us move out of your way and you continue on and move forward. So what you're going to see on our website, in the upper right-hand corner, you see the little box there that Ms. Friedman's pointing to called curriculum. If you'll click on that, what you'll notice is we have components there. So we have literacy, math, science, and social studies, and then we're working on physical education. Science and social studies are under development. We are in the process of cranking it out as quickly as we can, because you're aware that our standards have changed and have been released and approved by the State Board of Education. What you will also notice in literacy and math is we are going through the revision process in anticipation of the new standards that are going to be approved by the Arkansas Department of Education State Board in the coming months, and so that is going through its revision process. But I wanted you to know that this is here. It is free. What you will notice on the bottom is all of the information that you need. These are based on Understanding by Design, which is a great framework that our teachers seem to find that best addresses the diversity that we have in Springdale. At the bottom of this page, you'll notice additional resources. Okay, you can go up a little bit there, Ms. Friedman. Thank you. What you'll notice, though, is 2 resources there. What is embedded here is how do we embed appropriate technology into the classroom. Technology will never replace a teacher, and technology will never replace a student. And then how do we do that in a way that encompasses what our students need to know? So you'll find resources there. The other thing you'll find, Ms. Friedman, can you click on the light bulb? What we found is our teachers needed a quick snapshot to know what had changed in the curriculum units without having to go through to try to find them, because we are revising these through a curriculum process of we write, we think this is the best, we send it out to teachers and say, what do you think? And they say, this is terrible or this is great. Then we go into the classroom and we watch the revised lesson being taught, and then we go back and make revisions from that, and then we talk to kids and say, what do you think about this lesson? How was it for you? And they say, this is terrible or this is great, and then we revise from there. So it is a spiral that is ongoing with lots of input. The other thing that we do is post a weekly memo. So can you click on the Post-it note, Ms. Friedman? This weekly memo gives you all of the updates. Perfect. So we'll just click back. This memo is supposed to give you all of the updates, which you should be able to see, and I'm not sure what's happening with that, but it should give you all of the updates from that week that have been addressed, and you'll see that every date from this school year we've done updates. So if we can go back, Ms. Friedman, to the main page. Yep. Perfect, and go up. And so these are the curriculum sections that are there. And so let's just click on literacy. And I'm going to just show you how this is laid out so you'll know it. So these are broken into quarters. We've got elementary and secondary, which we break down in Springdale, not right or wrong, as K-5, and then 6-12. We have a year at a glance for the upper levels for them to quickly go and get a snapshot of what's in there. But let's click on 8th grade second quarter just for looking at what this layout looks like. What you're going to notice is at the top, it begins stage 1, which tells us, like, what do you want us to know and what do you want us to do? The little red camera that's there are videos, and those videos are not for kids. Those are for teachers teaching other teachers. What you're going to find in the unit, why did they write it that way? What does it mean? All of those things that get to be so much body of work in a written form, you can do so quickly on a video. So you'll notice that those links are there. And if we can scroll down, Ms. Friedman, it helps to isolate what are the standards that are in there. We go through what those things are, and if you can keep on scrolling, it's like a lot of fun. The other thing that you'll notice as you go through these units is we've built in ELA scaffolding, and that's all the way woven throughout. The thing that we heard back from teachers is there's not enough diversity for our kids who don't speak English. So go back and fix this. And we serve roughly 10,000 students who don't. And so you'll notice that those have been changed. If you'll keep going, Ms. Friedman, it's like a scroll fun. The other thing that you'll notice is that you're going to eventually right here get to stage 2, which is the assessment evidence. Again, it has attachments that show you what those videos look like. What does it mean? How do I use this assessment? And we are in the process of building CFAs, common formative assessments. difference across our district to now weave into the curriculum that's written. And then if you go on down to the bottom, you'll notice that we get into stage 3, and that's it, the green, which are the learning activities. Again, a video accompanies it, says this is what you do. And our big focus this year has been technology integration. How do we do that appropriately? And we've based that on a SAMR model. We came up with a series of badges, which gives them an icon or something that they can quickly click on, link to, and move to. So these are not perfect. These are probably have millions of misspelled words in them and are never going to be perfect. But locking them down and saying, well, when they are perfect, we're going to release them to everybody to access is not best practice. So what we have found from releasing these on the web, and they're open and anybody can get them, homeschool parents inform us where we could make improvements. We've had other countries inform us of things that we could do to make improvements. We've had people within the state inform what it needs to look like. But we are cranking it out absolutely as quickly as we can. The awesome news is we aren't cranking it out quickly enough. So that has forced us to examine where we are and say, are we going to absolutely be able to continue the student's path at this pace? Our goal is to have that in place with obviously as soon as possible. But we have an interface that we are using with the School of Innovation, and that is what students have become accustomed to, and that is what the charter will also use. But we are asking for your permission to access a third-party provider. We want to show you what we've done. It's available, it's there, it's free. Any school can use it any way they want to and modify it any way they want to, only if they'll just tell us if they have something awesome that comes out of what they've implemented, to share it back with us so that we can modify our units also. So our main request is permission to allow us to access a vendor type of relationship so that as we are building, we can remove that piece and insert the piece that we have created, and at the same time not stifle our students as they're trying to progress and move on. So, questions that you have?
Is there anyone to speak in opposition? Are you ready for us to move to questions?
Yes, please.
All right.
Thanks.
Panel? Dr. Gocher?
Dr. Watansky,
Yes.
I understand there is not a third-party provider at this time, so that what we're seeking is just the opportunity to move forward with a procurement process, whatever that might look like.
We just need your permission. So this would be an agreement. I don't know if you've met Dr. Rollins, but he's very particular in how we progress through any procurement of anything. So what we would do is we have a specific list of needs of things that have to be met in a particular way. We're not looking for something that we can mold to. We're looking for something that can mold to us because we already have a standard of practice in place. So finding the right person to fill that void, to fill that hole, finding the right content, quality curriculum. We've seen some that they look beautiful. They look like they're really fancy, but if you dig just a little bit underneath the price sticker, you realize that it's not what you thought that you were receiving. And so that quality of content, the level of rigor is enormous, especially for the students that we serve. And also that we don't invest in something that we can't stand behind as a district. At the same time, something that we don't formally obligate for an ongoing expense, because our goal is, as I said, is to continue to build out the curriculum to ensure that it is all provided by Springdale teachers. But I think that we have obviously a procurement process. Dr. Cleveland, who is with the district, Jared Cleveland is the deputy superintendent who also helps with the procurement process. And so between the two of us with the curriculum background and his finance background, that is the process that we would be seeking to deploy and then seek an appropriate vendor.
And could you help me bridge a gap that I'm trying in my process?
Yes, sir.
The understanding by design model with its fluidity and its input,
Yes.
how does that bridge? Because the third-party piece is the student management piece, right? Or is the student interactive piece?
Correct. So
okay.
what the third party would do would be to provide us with the ability to provide the continued content to the students. So in some cases, it's not that the child. In School of Innovation, it's just so confusing, but super easy. We don't necessarily have grade bands. So
Sure.
I might have an 8th grade student, but they're not really in 8th grade content. They may have moved and surpassed far beyond. But if I know that I've got an 8th grader now, for example, one 8th grader who began this year as an 8th grade student, on level, eighth grade, deficient in some areas, but eighth grade in general. And then we're trying to progress them forward, and they have moved themselves in some content areas past ninth grade, and they're quickly moving on through 10th grade. It's awesome, but at the same time, it's a little bit like, we've got to have something over here that we've not yet developed on that end. And so it's bridging the gap between what we have and then where we need to go, and at the same time continuing to build and run as quickly as we can in front of that. I don't want to ever turn to a child, though, and say,
Slow down.
you're doing awesome, stop. We want to say, continue to push yourself, continue to strive. And our goal is still to continue to meet what that demand is. And I wouldn't say that that's all students. We have some students who have really valued the ability to go back and have repetition for things. For some of our students who struggle in some content areas, and they can truly be this far apart. They can be completely excelling in one area and then completely deficient in another area. And so the area that they tend to want to go to is this one. They don't want to necessarily spend as much time on that one. So advancing them in this area is great because it provides us more time to provide support in the areas that they need additional assistance in.
Thank you.
So.
Any questions? Comments? Ms. Davis, do you have any remaining issues regarding this waiver?
No.
Or request? What is this?
Amendment.
An amendment. That's the word I was looking for.
Either way, I don't have any other issues.
Thank you. Then I'll accept a motion.
I make a motion to accept this amendment.
Second. I have a motion by Dr. Saunders and a second by Ms. Barnes to approve this amendment. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? If you'll give us just a second, Dr. Witonski.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnes? I couldn't tell if you were pausing or finished.
Well, actually, I was just messing with you a little bit. I'll just wait. Thank you very much, Dr. Witonski, for a very exciting presentation. I did vote in favor of the motion because I do believe that this amendment provides for the necessary momentum and shifts that are in line with ensuring continued success with the innovative endeavors of the school.
Thank you.
Dr. Gocher?
I too supported the amendment request. I see no issues in supporting this amendment. It's evident that this district supports a student-centered philosophy of learning and desires to provide systems to be in place to support such learning.
Ms. Leewu?
I voted for it. I didn't have any concerns.
Thank you.
Ms. Pfeffer?
This amendment will allow the district to begin a process to better meet the goals of the charter.
Mr. Rogers?
I didn't have any concerns. It allows the district to keep moving forward.
Dr. Saunders?
I voted for this. I felt it allowed the flexibility to better serve the needs of their students. And I just wanted to commend you also on, I'm very impressed with I think the process on the content as far as the collaboration and recognizing the need to constantly refine it,
Yes.
that it will never be static. Just very encouraged with that whole process.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening up your curriculum and sharing it with everyone. We appreciate that. And as I said earlier, I hope you heard me, that the commissioner has helped us to redesign a vision that is all about student-focused learning systems. And
Yes.
so we applaud you and
That's
encourage you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Boyd, are there any additional issues before the panel today?
No, ma'am. I just want to remind everyone that we'll be meeting here again in the morning for a work session
At
at 8:30.
8:30. Thank you to everyone, and I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Dr. Gocher? Second. Dr. Saunders? All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.